Chapter 1: The Last Gathering. The Moonstone Gardens smelled like hope and desperation. Lira Brennan stood at the edge of the meadow, her fingers twisted in the fabric of her dress, a soft dove-gray thing her mother had insisted she wear because it brought out her eyes, as if eye color mattered when you were fundamentally broken. Around her, wolves arrived in clusters, young ones mostly, 18, 19, 20 at most. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, their laughter bright and careless as they moved through the gardens like they owned the night. And why wouldn't they? For them, the gathering was magic, a place where destiny revealed itself in a single glance, a fleeting touch, the inexplicable pull of a mate bond snapping into place. For Lira, it was an ending. She pressed her palm against her sternum, feeling the steady, ordinary beat of her heart. No quickening, no instinctive tug toward anyone in the crowd. Just the same hollow ache she'd carried for 10 years, the weight of being almost, but never quite enough. "You're doing it again." Lira turned to find her younger sister Marin approaching with 2 cups of spiced cider. Marin's dark hair was swept up in an intricate braid, and her amber eyes, wolf eyes, vibrant and alive, sparkled with the kind of confidence Lira had never possessed. "Doing what?" Lira accepted the cup, grateful for something to hold. "You're standing on the edges, watching instead of participating." Marin's tone was gentle, but the concern underneath it made her chest tighten. "You can't find your mate if you're invisible. You can't find your mate if you don't have a wolf." The thought whispered through her mind, sharp and familiar. She took a sip of cider to avoid answering, letting the warmth and spice of it ground her. "I'm just taking it in," Lira said finally. "It's my last one. I want to remember it." Marin's expression softened, then crumbled. "Don't say that." "It's true." Lira forced a smile that felt like glass. "Tomorrow I turn 25. After tonight, the bond window closes. That's pack law." "Pack law is old-fashioned and arbitrary," Marin shot back, fiercer now. "You're not expired goods just because some ancient rule says—" "Marin." Lira caught her sister's hand and squeezed. "I'm okay. Really." It was a lie, and they both knew it. But Marin was only 22. Already mated to a strong beta from the Northern Territory, and she didn't need to carry Lira's burdens too. Marin's jaw worked, emotions flashing across her face, frustration, sorrow, helplessness. Finally, she pulled Lira into a fierce hug. "You deserve everything," she whispered. "Don't let anyone make you believe otherwise." Then she was gone, swept back into the crowd by her mate's arrival, leaving Lira alone with her cider and her ghosts. The Moonstone Gardens lived up to their name. Lanterns hung from ancient oak trees, their soft light mingling with the luminescence of the moon overhead, full and heavy, as it always was during gatherings. The air hummed with energy, the kind that made wolves restless and hopeful. Flowers bloomed out of season here, lush and fragrant, their petals glowing faintly with residual magic from the old rituals. Neutral ground, sacred ground, a place where pack rivalries dissolved and destiny was allowed to work. Lira had always loved it here. Even now, knowing this was her last time, she couldn't help but feel the beauty of it settle into her bones. She wandered toward the decorating tables, where volunteers were arranging silver ribbons and moonstone crystals along the pathways. The crystals were supposed to amplify mate bonds, making recognition easier. Lira had never felt anything from them except a vague sense of longing. "Lira, thank the goddess!" Mrs. Talbot, the gathering coordinator, appeared at her elbow with a harried expression. "I need your help with the archway. The silver garland keeps slipping, and my arthritis is acting up." "Of course." Lira set down her cider and followed the older woman to the entrance archway, a stunning structure woven from living vines and adorned with silver and crystal. The garland was slipping, one end drooping dangerously low. Lira reached up, standing on her toes to hook it back into place. The silver was cold against her fingers, intricate and beautiful, but sharp in places where the metalwork twisted. "A little higher, dear," Mrs. Talbot urged. "Yes, just like, careful." But the warning came too late. Lyra's hand slipped, and the decorative edge of the silver garland bit deep into the tad of her thumb. Pain flared, bright and immediate. "Oh, no!" She yanked her hand back, watching blood well up and streak down her palm in a thin crimson line. "Let me see." Mrs. Talbot grabbed her wrist, clucking her tongue. "That's deeper than it looks. Come on, we'll get you bandaged." She barely heard her. For a moment, just a heartbeat, something shifted. Not her wolf. She'd long since accepted that her wolf was dormant, perhaps forever, but something else. A ripple in the air, a strange pull at the base of her spine, like an invisible thread had been plucked and was now vibrating. Then it was gone. "Lyra?" She blinked, realizing Mrs. Talbot was staring at her. "Sorry, I'm fine. You went pale as moonlight, girl. Come on." Lyra let herself be led to a supply table, where Mrs. Talbot cleaned the wound with surprising efficiency and wrapped it in soft linen. The cut throbbed, but the strange sensation didn't return. Probably just shock, or wishful thinking. "There." Mrs. Talbot patted her hand. "Good as new. Now, stay away from sharp objects, would you?" Lyra managed to smile. "I'll try." By the time the moon reached its zenith, the gathering was in full swing. Music floated through the gardens, live strings and drums, primal and elegant at once. Wolves danced and talked, some already paired off, their eyes locked on each other with that unmistakable intensity of a new bond. Others circled, searching, waiting for the pull. Lyra moved through it all like a ghost. She'd tried, at first, made eye contact, smiled at a few unmated males who'd glanced her way, but there was nothing, no spark, no recognition. And worse, she could see the moment they realized what she was, or rather, what she wasn't. Their wolves would reach out instinctively, searching for hers, and find only silence. The conversation always died after that. She was crossing toward the quieter edge of the gardens when a familiar scent stopped her cold. Jasmine and steel, her mother's signature. "There you are." Celeste Brennan emerged from between two flowering hedges, elegant as always in deep emerald silk. Her dark hair was swept back, revealing the kind of timeless beauty that came from good genetics and an unshakable sense of self-worth, everything Lyra had failed to inherit. "Mother." Lyra's smile felt mechanical. "I didn't know you were coming." "I wasn't going to." Celeste's gaze swept over Lyra, assessing. "But your father thought, well, we thought you might need support." Support. The word tasted bitter. "I'm fine," Lyra said automatically. "Darling." Her mother stepped closer, voice dropping to that particular tone that always preceded difficult conversations. "We need to talk about what happens after tonight." Lyra's stomach clenched. "Can we not do this here?" "Where else?" Celeste's expression was gentle, which somehow made it worse. "You've been avoiding this conversation for months. Tomorrow you turn 25. The bond window closes. We have to be realistic about your future." Realistic. Another word for giving up. "I know what tomorrow means," Lyra said quietly. "Then you know you need a plan." Her mother reached out, tucking a strand of Lyra's hair behind her ear with surprising tenderness. "There are good males in our pack who would be honored to take you as a chosen mate. Marcus, for one. He's asked about you." Marcus. A decent beta, steady and kind. Absolutely wrong for her in every way that mattered. "I don't want a chosen mate." The words came out sharper than intended. "What you want," she said, her own voice hardening, isn't always what's possible. You think I don't understand? I know what it's like to have your life planned out differently than you imagined, but we adapt. We survive. By settling? By making smart choices. Her amber eyes, so unlike Lyra's gray ones, flashed with frustration. You're not a child anymore. You can't keep waiting for some magical solution. Your wolf is dormant. She may never surface. And without her, you'll never feel a mate bond. Those are the facts. Each word landed like a blow, methodical and devastating. I know the facts, Lyra whispered. Then act on them. Celeste's hands cupped Lyra's face, forcing eye contact. Marcus would be good to you. He doesn't care that you can't shift. He sees your worth, even if you can't. And you'd have security, children maybe, a place in the pack that isn't defined by what you lack. The offer hung between them, reasonable, practical, suffocating. Lyra gently removed her mother's hands. I need more time. You don't have more time. Then I don't have it. Lyra stepped back, heart hammering. But I'm not promising myself to someone I don't love just because it's convenient. Not yet. Not tonight. For a moment, her mother looked like she might argue. Then something in her expression shuddered, going distant and cool. Very well. But when this is over and you're standing in the same place you've been for 10 years, don't say I didn't warn you. She turned and walked away, her silhouette disappearing into the crowd of celebrating wolves. Lyra stood there, hands trembling, feeling more alone than she had in years. She found refuge near the reflecting pools at the garden's heart. Here, the noise of the gathering faded to a gentle murmur. Moonlight rippled across the water's surface, and the ancient willow trees provided a canopy of privacy. Lyra sank onto a stone bench, finally letting the careful mask slip. The truth was, she had hoped. Even knowing the odds, even after 10 years of disappointment, some foolish part of her had believed tonight might be different. That somehow, against all logic, she'd feel it. That legendary pull, the recognition of a soul that matched hers. But there was nothing. Just the same empty quiet where her wolf should have been. She unwrapped the bandage on her thumb, studying the edge. It had mostly stopped bleeding, though the edges were still pink and raw. Such a small wound, meaningless in the grand scheme of her disaster of a life. A twig snapped behind her. Lyra's head jerked up, her human senses, duller than any wolves, but still functional, catching movement in the shadows. Sorry, didn't mean to intrude. He stepped into the moonlight and Lyra's breath caught. He was striking. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell just past his collar, and eyes that seemed to shift between gray and silver in the dim light. But it wasn't his looks that made her pulse skip. It was the way he moved. Predatory grace wrapped in careful control, like violence leashed by sheer will. An alpha. Had to be. It's fine, she managed. I was just leaving. Don't. He held up a hand, the gesture somehow both commanding and entreating. I'm the one who interrupted. Stay, please. Something in his voice made her hesitate. Not compulsion, she'd have felt that even without her wolf. Just sincerity, raw and unexpected. Are you hurt? He stepped back, and the loss of his proximity felt strangely acute. For a heartbeat, they simply looked at each other. Two strangers in a garden full of destiny, connected by nothing but a moment and a bandage. Then his head snapped up, attention caught by something she couldn't hear. His entire body went rigid. I have to go. The words came out clipped, urgent. Stay in the light. Don't wander. Before she could ask why, he was gone, moving with that same predatory speed, melting into the shadows like he'd never been there at all. Lira stood alone by the reflecting pool, her newly bandaged hand pressed to her chest, wondering what the hell had just happened. And why, for the first time in 10 years, her heart was racing for reasons that had nothing to do with pain. Miles away, in the Northern Territory, Kael Thorne pressed his palm against the wall of his study, breathing through the sudden spike of phantom pain in his thumb. It had hit him an hour ago. Sharp, bright, unmistakable. A cut. Silver, from the taste of it in his senses. Her. After 28 years of nothing, his mate had finally bled and the bond had flared to life like a struck match. He'd felt her confusion, her loneliness, and beneath it all, a soul that called to his with devastating clarity. His wolf snarled inside him, demanding he go to her, find her, claim her. But Kael stayed where he was, jaw clenched, fighting every instinct screaming at him to move. Because finding his mate meant dragging her into his world. And his world was full of shadows, blood, and enemies who wouldn't hesitate to destroy anyone he loved. Better she never know. Better she stay unclaimed. Even if it killed him. At her hand, she quickly tucked it behind her back. It's nothing, just clumsy. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Let me see. Really, it's... Please. The word was softer, this time, almost vulnerable. Against her better judgment, Lira extended her hand. He crossed the distance between them in 2 strides, then stilled, as if remembering himself. Slowly, carefully, he took her hand in his. His palm was warm, calloused, and the touch sent an unexpected jolt up her arm. Not a mate bond. She'd know if it was. But something. He examined the cut with surprising gentleness, his thumb brushing just below the wound. Silver? The decorations. Her voice came out breathier than intended. I wasn't paying attention. Silver's dangerous for us. His eyes lifted to hers, and the intensity in them made her heart stutter. Even small cuts can cause problems if they're not properly cleaned. Mrs. Talbot bandaged it. Mrs. Talbot uses human first aid, which is fine for humans. Before she could respond, he released her hand and shrugged out of his jacket. Lira caught a glimpse of ink on his forearm, some kind of tribal design, before he tore a strip from his shirt beneath. What do you... Wolves heal each other. He met her eyes again and something unspoken passed between them. May I? She should say no, should walk away from this stranger with his silver eyes and unsettling intensity. Instead, she nodded. He crossed the distance between them in 2 strides, then stilled, as if remembering himself. Slowly, carefully, he took her hand in his. His palm was warm, calloused, and the touch sent an unexpected jolt up her arm. Not a mate bond. She'd know if it was, but something. He examined the cut with surprising gentleness, his thumb brushing just below the wound. Silver? The decorations. Her voice came out breathier than intended. Silver's dangerous for us. His eyes lifted to hers, and the intensity in them made her heart stutter. Even small cuts can cause problems if they're not properly cleaned. Mrs. Talbot bandaged it. Mrs. Talbot uses human first aid, which is fine for humans. Before she could respond, he released her hand and shrugged out of his jacket. Lira caught a glimpse of ink on his forearm, some kind of tribal design, before he tore a strip from his shirt beneath. What are you? Wolves heal each other. He met her eyes again, and something unspoken passed between them. May I? She should say no. Should walk away from this stranger with his silver eyes and unsettling intensity. Instead, she nodded. He wrapped the cloth around her thumb with steady hands, his touch careful and deliberate. The makeshift bandage smelled like him, pine and smoke, and something wild she couldn't name. Thank you, Lira whispered. You shouldn't be alone out here. Not tonight. The gathering draws attention. Not all of it safe. I can take care of myself. His mouth curved into something almost sad. I'm sure you can.
Chapter 2. The Phantom Pain. The pain hit Kael Thorne like a blade. He was splitting wood behind his cabin when it happened. A sharp, searing slice across his left palm that sent the axe tumbling from his grip. He staggered back, breath hissing through his teeth, and stared at his hand. Unmarked. Not even a scratch. But the pain was real. Bright and burning, centered in the pad of his thumb, radiating outward in ways that made his wolf surge beneath his skin with sudden, violent alertness. No. He knew what this was. Every wolf did, even if most never experienced it. Phantom pain. The kind that traveled through a bond that shouldn't exist. His mate was hurt. Kael's legs gave out. He caught himself against the woodpile, splinters biting into his palms, actual pain this time, grounding and sharp. His heart hammered against his ribs, and his wolf clawed at his control, desperate to shift, to run, to find her. Impossible, he said aloud, his voice rough from disuse. He'd already had a mate, already loved and lost, and when Arya died, that part of him died with her. The moon didn't grant second chances, didn't rewrite destiny because a wolf was left broken and alone. Except the pain in his palm said otherwise. He forced himself upright, stumbling toward the cabin, his refuge, his prison. The place he'd hidden himself for 7 years because the world beyond these mountains held nothing but ghosts and guilt. Inside, the space was sparse. A bed, a table, shelves lined with books he rarely read anymore. No photographs, no mementos, nothing that could remind him of what he'd lost. Kael braced himself against the table, staring at his unmarked hand as the phantom pain slowly ebbed to a dull throb. She was still hurting, wherever she was, whoever she was. His wolf snarled, furious at the distance, at Kael's refusal to move. The animal didn't understand restraint, didn't care about the past or the vows Kael had made over a grave that should have never existed. All it knew was mate. No. Kael said it louder this time, as if volume could make it true. I don't have a mate. But even as the words left his mouth, the bond hummed beneath his skin. Quiet, but insistent. A thread connecting him to someone he'd never met and couldn't allow himself to want.
The memory came unbidden the way they always did. Arya, laughing in the sunlight, her red hair catching fire in the afternoon glow. She just shifted back, still breathless from the run, her green eyes bright with joy. "Catch me if you can, Alpha," she teased, darting away through the trees. He'd caught her, of course, pulled her into his arms and kissed her until they were both dizzy with it, drunk on the bond that sang between them like music. "I love you," she'd whispered against his mouth. "Forever, Kael, no matter what." "Forever," he'd promised. 2 months later, she was dead. Kael pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, willing the memory away. It had been 7 years, 7 years of living half alive in these mountains, and still the grief could gut him with the efficiency of a blade. The rogue attack had come without warning. A pack of ferals, mad with bloodlust, tearing through the Western territories. Arya had been visiting her sister. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong everything. By the time Kael arrived, it was over. The rogues were dead or scattered, and Arya, he'd held her as she bled out, felt the bond shatter like glass inside his chest, watched the light fade from her eyes as she tried to tell him something he couldn't hear over his own howling grief. When it was done, when she was gone, his wolf had nearly gone feral with the loss. Some wolves didn't survive losing a mate. The bond severance was too traumatic, too complete. They either went mad or simply stopped. Stopped eating, stopped shifting, stopped living until their bodies finally gave up. Kael had survived. Barely. But surviving meant cutting himself off from everything he'd been before. He'd walked away from his pack, his responsibilities, his title. Let his brother Dane take over as alpha while Kael disappeared into the Black Ridge Mountains like a ghost. Better to be alone than risk loving and losing again. He'd made a vow over Arya's grave. Never again. And he'd meant it. The phantom pain pulsed again, fainter now, but still there. Kael moved to the window, staring out at the darkening forest. The moon was rising, full and heavy, the kind that made wolves restless. Somewhere out there, under that same moon, his mate was bleeding. His mate. The words felt like betrayal. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the ghost of Arya. "I didn't ask for this." But the bond didn't care about asking, didn't care about grief or guilt or vows made in desperation. It simply was, pulling at him with inexorable patience, waiting for him to give in. His wolf whined, a plaintive, aching sound that echoed through his mind. "She needs us." "She doesn't even know we exist," Kael said harshly. "Then we find her, protect her." And then what? He turned away from the window, pacing the small space like a caged animal. Drag her into this life, make her deal with a broken, half-feral wolf who can barely stand around other people? Watch her realize she's bonded to someone who's already buried half his soul with his first mate? The wolf had no answer to that. Or perhaps it simply didn't care. Animals lived in the present, uncomplicated by human fears and failures. Kael envied it, that simplicity. He sank onto the edge of his bed, head in his hands. The bond thrummed beneath his awareness. Not intrusive yet, but persistent. A reminder that somewhere in the world his other half existed. And he had no idea what to do about it. He lasted 3 hours. 3 hours of pacing, arguing with himself, trying to convince his wolf that ignoring the bond was the merciful choice. That she, whoever she was, deserved better than a broken alpha hiding in the mountains. But then the phantom pain spiked again, different this time, not physical, emotional. Loneliness, sharp and aching, grief that mirrored his own, the weight of inadequacy, of being less than. His mate was suffering, and not from any wound he could see or bandage. Kael was moving before he'd made a conscious decision. He shifted mid-stride, bones realigning with brutal efficiency as his wolf surged forward. The cabin door splintered under his weight as he burst through it. And then he was running, a massive black wolf tearing through the forest with single-minded intensity. The bond pulled him south, toward the lowlands, toward the gathering. Realization struck like lightning. Tonight was a gathering night. The full moon, the sacred grounds, unmated wolves searching for their destiny. She was there. Had to be. His paws ate up the miles. Instinct guided him through terrain he hadn't crossed in years. The Moonstone Gardens were 2 hours away at a dead run. He'd reach her before midnight, find her, see her. And then what? The question slowed him, reason catching up to desperation. He couldn't crash into the gathering like a feral beast. Couldn't claim a mate he'd already decided to refuse. What was the plan here? Kidnap her? Drag her back to his mountain exile and hope she didn't hate him for it? Kael forced himself to stop, sides heaving, caught between instinct and logic. Just see her, his wolf urged, just once. Make sure she's safe. That at least made sense. He could go to the gathering, keep his distance, verify she was unharmed. The phantom pain had faded, which meant whatever injury she'd sustained wasn't serious. He just needed to confirm it with his own eyes. Then he'd leave, go back to his mountains and his solitude, and let her live her life without the burden of a mate who was too damaged to deserve her. It was a good plan, rational, merciful. He almost believed it. The Moonstone Gardens were exactly as he remembered. Beautiful, magical, full of hope he no longer possessed. Kael stayed in wolf form, circling the perimeter, using the shadows in his considerable stealth to remain unseen. The gathering was in full swing, wolves laughing and dancing under lantern light, the air thick with the energy of potential bonds. He felt her before he saw her. The bond flared bright and certain, pulling his attention to the reflecting pools at the garden's heart. And there, sitting alone on a stone bench beneath the willows, was a woman who made his breath stop. She was, God's, beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with conventional standards and everything to do with the way his soul recognized hers. Dark hair falling in waves past her shoulders, delicate features that held a quiet strength, and eyes, gray like storm clouds, sad and distant as she stared at the water. Mate. His wolf's certainty was absolute. This was her, the other half of him, the one the moon had chosen to fill the emptiness that had haunted him for 7 years. And she looked utterly, devastatingly alone. Kael shifted back to human form, pulling on the clothes he'd tied to his leg before running. He should leave, should turn around and disappear before she ever knew he existed. Instead, he found himself walking toward her. She didn't notice him at first, too lost in her own thoughts. He could feel her emotions bleeding through the bond. Grief, resignation, the kind of bone-deep weariness that came from carrying a burden too long. What had hurt her? Who had made his mate feel this way? The protective rage that surged through him was primal and absolute. A twig snapped under his boot. She looked up, startled, and their eyes met. The bond roared to life. Kael felt it snap into place with brutal clarity, a connection so profound it nearly drove him to his knees. Every instinct screamed at him to go to her, touch her, claim her. His wolf was a frenzied thing inside him, howling with triumph and need. But she just looked confused, wary even. She doesn't feel it. The realization was a cold shock. The bond was there. He could feel it, blazing and certain. But she wasn't reacting. No recognition, no pull. How was that possible? Unless her wolf was dormant or broken or... Sorry, he managed, his voice coming out rougher than intended. Didn't mean to intrude. He should walk away, right now, before this got any more complicated. But then he saw her hand. The bandage wrapped around her thumb, spotted with blood, and every logical thought evaporated. Are you hurt? The conversation that followed was torture. Sweet, excruciating torture. Being close to her, touching her, feeling the bond sing between them while she remained oblivious to it. She was gracious, guarded, and utterly unaware that she was sitting 3 feet away from the mate who'd spent 7 years, convinced he'd never have another. When he wrapped her injured hand in a strip from his own shirt, the contact nearly undid him. His wolf wanted to shift, to mark, to make absolutely certain every other wolf at this gathering knew she was claimed. But she wasn't. Not really. Because claiming her meant destroying the peace he'd fought so hard to build from his grief. Dane's voice cut through his thoughts, a mental link, urgent and unexpected. Kael, we have a situation. Rogues near the northern border. I need you. The link snapped closed, but the message was clear. His brother, his pack, needed him. The first time in 7 years Dane had asked for help. I have to go. The words felt like glass in his throat. He left her there, disappearing into the shadows before his resolve could crumble completely. Back in the cabin, hours later, Kael sat in the dark and tried to convince himself he'd done the right thing. The bonds pulsed steadily now, a constant awareness of her existence, her emotions, her presence in the world. It would never fade, never quiet. For the rest of his life, he'd feel her, know her, and be utterly unable to have her. Because having her meant confronting everything he'd run from, meant rejoining the world and risking his heart again, meant betraying Arya's memory with someone who already owned his soul. His wolf snarled in frustration, pacing restlessly inside his mind. She's ours. We're abandoning our mate. I'm protecting her, Kael said to the empty room. But even as he said it, the bond pulled tighter, and somewhere in the distance, he felt her loneliness echo his own. By dawn, Kael knew the truth he'd been fighting since the moment the phantom pain struck. Staying away from her might be the noble choice, but it was going to kill him. Chapter 3. Recognition. Lira couldn't stop touching the makeshift bandage. She'd returned to the heart of the gathering after the stranger disappeared, but her mind remained by the reflecting pools, replaying the moment his hand had closed around hers. The intensity in his silver-gray eyes, the way her heart had stuttered when he looked at her like she was something precious instead of broken. She didn't even know his name. You're doing it again. Lira startled, finding Maya Chen at her elbow, a petite woman with sharp features and kind eyes, made it to a beta from the Eastern Pack. They'd been friends since childhood, back when Lira still believed her wolf would eventually surface and everything would be fine. Doing what? Lira asked. That thing where you disappear inside your own head. Maya's gaze dropped to Lyra's hand. And what happened to your bandage? That's not Mrs. Talbot's work. Heat crept up Lyra's neck. I met someone. He rewrapped it. Someone? Someone Interesting? I don't know. And wasn't that the truth? She didn't know anything about him except that he'd made her pulse race and her carefully constructed walls feel suddenly fragile. She didn't even know his name. Well, that's annoyingly mysterious. Maya looped her arm through Lyra's, tugging her toward the center of the gardens. Come on, the Alpha Parade is about to start. Maybe you'll see him again. Lyra doubted it. Something about the way he left, urgent and almost reluctant, suggested he wouldn't be back. But she let Maya pull her along anyway, because the alternative was standing along with her thoughts, and those had become dangerous company. The Alpha Parade was tradition. As midnight approached, unmated alphas would walk through the gathered crowd, their wolves open and seeking, giving every unmated wolf a chance to feel the pull of recognition. It was the final, formal opportunity for bonds to form before the gathering ended. Lyra had stood through 6 of these parades, 6 years of watching alphas pass by while feeling absolutely nothing. Tonight would be no different. The crowd pressed close as the alphas began their procession. There were perhaps 20 of them, tall, powerful, moving with the unconscious grace of apex predators. Their wolves were palpable presences, reaching out through the supernatural currents that connected all their kind. Lyra felt them the way humans might feel a change in air pressure, distant, muted, filtered through the absence where her wolf should have been. The first alpha passed. Nothing. Then the second. The third. A parade of handsome faces in dominant energy that sparked interest in nearly every unmated female in the crowd, except her. Maya squeezed her arms sympathetically. Still nothing? Still nothing, Lyra confirmed, fighting the familiar ache of inadequacy. She watched the young woman, barely 19, suddenly gasp and reach out. One of the alphas stopped, his expression transforming as their eyes met. The bond snapped into place with visible intensity, and the crowd erupted in celebration. Another successful match, another destiny fulfilled. Lyra forced herself to smile, to clap along with everyone else, even as something cracked deeper inside her chest. "You okay?" Maya asked quietly. "Fine." The lie was automatic. "I'm just—" The world tilted. Lyra gasped, stumbling as an invisible force yanked at her sternum. North. The pull was north. Strong and insistent, like a rope tied around her ribs and pulled taut by an inexorable hand. "Lyra?" Maya caught her elbow, steadying her. "What's wrong?" "I don't—" The words tangled in her throat as the pull intensified. Not painful exactly, but overwhelming. Demanding. Her heart rate spiked and heat flooded through her body, a rush of sensation so profound she could barely breathe through it. "Come to me." The command wasn't verbal, wasn't even conscious, but it thrummed through her bones with primal certainty, bypassing logic entirely. "Lyra, you're shaking." Maya's voice sharpened with worry. "Do you need to sit down?" She couldn't sit, couldn't think. The alphas were still parading past, but Lyra barely saw them. Her entire being was focused on that pull, that need, drawing her attention away from the gathering and toward something she couldn't name. Toward someone. The realization hit like lightning. Oh gods. What? What is it? Maya moved in front of her, hands on Lyra's shoulders, forcing eye contact. "You're scaring me. Talk to me." "I think—" Lyra's voice broke. "Maya, I think I feel it." Her friend's eyes went wide. "The bond? But there's no one, none of the alphas reacted to you." "Not here." Lyra turned toward the north, toward the mountains that rose dark and distant beyond the gardens. There, wherever there is. It should have been impossible. Mate bonds worked on proximity. You had to be close, within sight, within scent range. That's why gatherings existed, to bring wolves together and allow recognition to happen. You didn't feel a bond for someone miles away. Except she did. The pull was unmistakable now, growing stronger with each passing moment, and underneath it, threading through her awareness like a half-remembered melody, was emotion, not hers, someone else's. Longing, conflict, a grief so profound it made her chest ache in sympathy. Him. Somehow she knew. The stranger by the reflecting pools, the one with storm-colored eyes and gentle hands. He was out there, in those mountains, and he was her mate. She breathed. Maya made a choked sound. That's not possible. You don't have a wolf. How can you feel a mate bond without... I don't know, Maya. Lyra's hands fisted in her dress, nails biting into her palms. But it's there, Maya. I can feel him. And he's so far away, and I don't understand how or why, but... The bond yanked harder, and Lira actually took a step north before she caught herself. Around them, the parade continued. Wolves celebrated new bonds. Music played, but Lyra's world had narrowed to a single, inescapable truth. She had a mate, and she had no idea how to reach him.
Maya pulled her away from the crowd toward one of the quiet alcoves where they could talk without being overheard. Okay, Maya's voice was steady, practical, the voice of someone trying to impose order on chaos. Let's think through this. You feel a pull, north, toward someone who isn't here. Toward him, Lira corrected, the one who bandaged my hand. You think it's the same person? I know it is. She couldn't explain how, but the certainty was bone deep. When he touched me, something shifted. I felt it, but I didn't understand what it meant. And then he left, and now, her voice cracked. Now I can feel him out there, and it's getting stronger, and I don't know what to do. Maya was quiet for a moment, clearly trying to process. If he's your mate, why would he leave? Why not stay and... I don't know. But even as she said it, those emotions bleeding through the bond whispered the answer. Grief, resistance, fear. He didn't want this. Didn't want her. The realization was a knife between her ribs. Maybe he doesn't feel it, Lira said, hearing the fragility in her own voice. Maybe it's one-sided. Maybe I'm broken in a new and exciting way, and now I get to feel a mate bond for someone who doesn't. Stop. Maya gripped her hands. You are not broken, and if this bond exists, he feels it too. That's how it works. Maybe he's scared, maybe he has reasons, but he feels it. Then why did he leave? I don't know, honey, but standing here speculating isn't going to give you answers. Maya's expression shifted, determination hardening her features. You need to find him. Lira gave out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. How? I can't shift, can't track. I just know he's north, which is a pretty big area. The Black Ridge Mountains alone span hundreds of miles. So we narrow it down. Maya pulled out her phone, modern technology mixing with ancient magic in the way of their world. I'll call Daniel. He knows those mountains, knows who lives up there. Maya, don't Maya me. Her friend's eyes flashed. You've spent 10 years thinking you'd never have this, never feel a bond, and now you do? And you're just going to, what, give up? Go home and settle for Marcus like your mother wants? The name was like cold water. Marcus. Safe, practical Marcus, who would never make her heart race or her soul ache the way it did right now. No, Lira said quietly. I'm not giving up. Good. Maya was already dialing. Because you deserve this, Lira. You deserve everything. But as her friend spoke quietly into the phone, Lira turned toward the mountains again, feeling that pull like a living thing inside her chest. Did she deserve it? Or was this the universe's cruelest joke, giving her a mate who clearly didn't want to be found? The emotions bleeding through the bond shifted. She felt the exact moment he became aware of her attention, his consciousness brushing against hers like a physical touch. Stay away. The thought wasn't verbal, but the meaning was clear, a warning, or maybe a plea. Lira's hands trembled. She could respect his wishes, could go home, tell no one, try to ignore the bond until it faded into background noise. Or she could fight. Fight for the one thing she'd been told she'd never have. Fight for him, even if he didn't want to be fought for. Lira, Maya's voice pulled her back. Daniel says there's only a handful of wolves living in the Black Ridge territory. Most of them are rogues or exiles. But there's one. She hesitated. He says there's an alpha, Kael Thorne. He's been living alone up there for years. Won't see anyone except his brother Dane. Lira repeated the name, testing it. It fit. Strong, a little harsh, like him. Daniel says he lost his mate years ago, went feral with grief. His brother Dane is the current alpha of the Northern Pack, but Kael refused the title and disappeared into the mountains. Maya's expression was pained. Lira, if this is him, he's not going to welcome you. The words should have discouraged her, should have sent her running back to her safe, practical life. Instead, they crystallized her resolution. He'd lost someone, was still grieving, and somehow, impossibly, the moon had chosen her to be his second chance. Maybe he didn't want it. Maybe he'd fight her every step of the way. But she'd spent 10 years being told she wasn't enough, wasn't whole, wasn't worthy of a mate.
Maya blinked. You're serious? Completely. Lira, it's the middle of the night. Those mountains are dangerous, especially for someone who can't shift. And if this alpha doesn't want to be found, then I'll convince him otherwise. Lira met her friend's eyes, feeling something fierce and unfamiliar burning in her chest. I'm not running anymore, Maya. Not from this. For a long moment, Maya just stared at her. Then, slowly, a smile curved her lips. There she is. What? The Lira I remember, the one who used to climb trees higher than anyone else just to prove she could, the one who never backed down from a challenge. Maya squeezed her hands. I've missed her. Lira's throat tightened. I've missed her too. Okay. Maya's smile turned wicked. Daniel says there's a service road that runs into the Black Ridge territory. It's about a 2-hour drive from here. I'll take you. You don't have to. Are you kidding? I'm not missing this. Maya was already texting her mate. Besides, someone needs to make sure you don't get eaten by bears. Despite everything, Lira laughed. It felt foreign and bright, like sun breaking through storm clouds. The bond pulsed again, stronger now, almost frantic. She felt his awareness of her sharpening, felt his alarm as he realized she was planning something reckless. Don't, the bond seemed to whisper. Please don't. But Lira had spent too long being invisible, being less than, being the one who didn't get the fairy tale. If the moon had given her a mate, even a reluctant one, she was going to fight for him. Let's go, she said. Maya grinned. That's my girl. And as they slipped away from the gathering, heading toward Maya's car and the dark mountains beyond, Lira felt the bond flare bright and certain. Her mate was out there, and ready or not, she was coming for him.
Chapter 4. The Search Begins. Kael felt the moment she made her decision. It hit him like a shockwave. Determination so fierce and sudden it stole his breath. Not his emotion, hers. Bleeding through the bond with crystalline clarity, sharp enough to cut. He was on his feet before conscious thought caught up, his chair clattering backward. The cabin suddenly felt too small, the walls pressing in as his wolf surged against his control. "She's coming." "No," he said it out loud, as if that could make it true. "She can't. She doesn't even know where I am." But the bond pulsed with her resolve, bright and reckless, and underneath it, threaded through like steel wrapped in silk, was hope. Gods, her hope nearly destroyed him. Kael paced the length of his cabin, running both hands through his hair. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to finish the gathering, go home, live her life without ever knowing he existed. The bond would fade to background noise eventually. Manageable. Distant. Except it wasn't fading. It was growing. And now he could feel her. Not just the physical sensations, but her emotions, her thoughts almost. The texture of her consciousness brushing against his in ways that felt both foreign and devastatingly intimate. His wolf snarled, pacing restlessly inside his mind. Good. Let her come. Claim her. Absolutely not. Kael's voice was harsh in the empty cabin. We're not doing this. She's ours. The wolf's fury was incandescent. The moon gave her to us. You can't refuse. I can, and I will. But even as he said it, Kael felt the tremor in his hands, the way his body betrayed him by leaning north toward where he could feel her like a lodestone. Through the bond, her emotions shifted. Fear now, threading through the determination. She was second-guessing herself, wavering. The urge to comfort her was instinctive and overwhelming. His wolf whined, desperate to reach through the connection and soothe her worry. Kael clenched his fists, fighting every impulse. If he opened himself to the bond, if he let her feel his response, it would only encourage her, make this harder for both of them. But gods, the restraint was killing him. You're a coward, his wolf spat, hiding behind a ghost. The words hit like a physical blow. Kael's vision flashed red, rage flooding through him at his wolf, at himself, at the moon for putting him in this impossible situation. Don't you dare, he growled. Arya was not a ghost. She was dead. The wolf's voice was merciless. She's dead, and you're alive, and our mate is out there while you rot in this prison you built. Kael's hand shot out, slamming into the wall hard enough to crack the wood. Pain radiated up his arm, grounding and sharp. The wolf retreated slightly, but its presence remained, agitated, rebellious, stronger than it had been in years. That was the problem. Ever since the bond had formed, his wolf had been waking up, shaking off the lethargy and depression that had kept it quiet and manageable. Now it wanted things, demanded her. For 7 years, Kael's wolf had been nearly dormant, grieving in its own way, content to let Kael hide in human form and avoid the world. They'd been united in their loss, two halves of the same broken whole. But the bond had changed everything. His wolf no longer agreed with isolation, no longer accepted that their life was over. It smelled a second chance, and it would fight tooth and nail to claim it. Which meant Kael was, for the first time since Arya's death, at war with himself. Dawn broke cold and gray over the mountains. Kael hadn't slept, had spent the entire night pacing, arguing with his wolf, feeling his mate's emotions ebb and flow through the bond like a tide he couldn't escape. She'd left the gathering. He'd felt her departure, the garden's magic fading from her awareness as she moved away. But she wasn't going home. The determination was still there, burning bright beneath layers of nervousness and hope. She was planning something.
He just didn't know what. The sounds of an approaching vehicle cut through his spiraling thoughts. Kael's head snapped up, tracking the noise. A truck, grinding its way up the mountain road. He knew that engine. His brother's beat-up Ford, the only vehicle that could handle the rough terrain. Dane. His brother's monthly supply run wasn't due for another week, which meant this visit was about something else. Kael moved to the window, watching as the truck came into view. Dane climbed out, all controlled power and alpha presence, so different from the uncertain younger brother Kael had left behind 7 years ago. Leadership had settled into Dane's shoulders, straightened his spine, sharpened his edges. Kael felt a pang of something uncomfortably close to guilt. Dane never wanted to be alpha, had taken the title only because Kael had walked away from it. His brother's wolf reached out, testing the air, and Kael felt the exact moment Dane sensed the change.
Dane's eyes snapped to the cabin, and even from this distance, Kael saw the shock register on his face. Shit. Alphas could sense spawns. It was part of their nature, an evolutionary adaptation that helped them manage pack dynamics. And right now, Kael's bond was blazing like a beacon. Dane crossed the distance to the cabin in long strides, not bothering to knock before pushing through the door. What the hell, Kael? Kael turned from the window, crossing his arms. Good morning to you too. Don't. Dane's voice was sharp. Don't act like everything's normal when I can feel. He stopped, staring at Kael like he'd never seen him before. You have a mate bond. It wasn't a question. Kael said nothing. How long? Dane demanded. Since last night. His brother's eyebrows shot up. Last night? The gathering? Understanding dawned in his eyes. You found your mate at the gathering? I didn't find anyone. Kael turned away, unable to handle his brother's scrutiny. I felt her get hurt, cut her hand on silver. The bond formed. That's not how bonds work. They don't just form from a distance because of an injury. Dane cut himself off, thinking. Unless she was already your mate, and the blood triggered the recognition. It doesn't matter how it happened. Like hell it doesn't. Dane moved closer, his alpha presence filling the small space. Where is she? Did you bring her here? Is she... She's not here. Kael's voice was flat. I left. Silence. Heavy and disbelieving. You left? Dane's voice rose. You felt the mate bond snap into place and you just walked away? Yes. Are you out of your mind? Kael whirled on him, letting his carefully controlled mask crack. What was I supposed to do, Dane? Claim her? Drag her into this? He gestured at the cabin, at himself. I'm half feral. I haven't been around other wolves in 7 years. I can barely control my own wolf right now because it's going insane trying to get to her. What kind of life would I give her? A life with her mate, which is more than most wolves ever get. I already had a mate. The words fell like stones into still water. Dane's expression shifted, sympathy mixing with frustration. Arya's bond, Kael. Don't. The word came out as a growl, his wolf pushing closer to the surface. Don't tell me to forget her. Don't tell me to move on like she didn't matter. I would never. Dane's voice gentled. Arya mattered. She was family. We all loved her, but she's been gone for 7 years and you're still alive, and the moon has given you another chance. Don't you think Arya would want you to take it? Kael's throat closed. He couldn't answer that, couldn't bear to think about what Arya would say if she could see him now, broken and hiding, refusing the gift he'd once cherished beyond measure. I can't, he said hoarsely. It feels like betrayal. The only betrayal is wasting the life you still have.
Dane's hand landed on his shoulder, solid and grounding. You don't have to forget Arya to love someone new. The heart's not that limited, brother. Kael wanted to believe that, wanted to accept that loving this stranger, this woman whose hope he could feel like sunshine through the bond, wouldn't diminish what he had with Arya. But the guilt was a living thing, sharp-toothed and relentless. Even if I wanted to, she doesn't feel the bond. She has no idea. Dane frowned. How was that possible? I don't know, but I was standing 3 feet from her and she felt nothing. No recognition, no pull. The memory still stung. Maybe her wolf is dormant. Maybe she's human-born. It doesn't matter. The bond is one-sided. Bonds are never one-sided. If you feel it, so does she. Maybe not the same way, but it doesn't matter. Kael repeated it more forcefully this time. I'm not pursuing this. His brother stared at him for a long moment, something calculating entering his expression. Fine. Then let me.
Kael's wolf snarled. What? Let me go to the gathering. Talk to her. Find out who she is. What's happening with her wolf? Dane held up a hand before Kael could protest. I won't tell her about you. I'll just investigate. You deserve to know who your mate is, even if you're planning to be an idiot about it. Every instinct screamed at Kael to refuse. The idea of his brother going anywhere near his mate made his wolf bare its teeth, possessive rage flooding his system. Which was exactly why he should agree. If he couldn't trust his own brother around her, he was already too far gone. Fine, Kael ground out, but you don't approach her. You don't talk to her. You just observe and report back. Dane's mouth curved into something too knowing. Sure, brother, whatever you say. I'm serious, Dane. I know you are. His brother moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, I think you're making a mistake, but I'll respect your choice, for now. The implicit threat in those last 2 words wasn't lost on Kael. After Dane left, the cabin felt even emptier than before. Kael sank onto his bed, head in his hands. Through the bond, he could still feel her, could sense her emotions shifting, growing more determined. She'd made a decision. He could feel the shape of it, even if he couldn't read the details. His wolf paced restlessly. She's not giving up. She will, Kael muttered, once she realizes there's nothing to find. You're wrong. Before Kael could argue, the bond flared bright and suddenly, a spike of emotion so intense it yanked him to his feet. Determination, fear, excitement, all tangled together in a rush of adrenaline that wasn't his own. And underneath it, growing stronger by the moment, was direction. North. She was moving north, toward the mountains, toward him. No. Kael was out the door before thought caught action, staring toward the southern horizon as if he could see her through miles of forest and stone. No, 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 she can't. But she was. He could feel her getting closer, that invisible thread between them growing taut as she followed some instinct she probably didn't understand. His mate was hunting him. And his wolf, traitorous beast that it was, sang with triumph. Let her come, it urged. Let her find us. Then you'll see. You can't refuse her. Won't be able to. The bond is too strong. Kael's hands shook as he gripped the porch railing. He should run, should disappear deeper into the mountains where she'd never find him. But his body refused to move, refused to put more distance between them, because his wolf was right. He couldn't refuse her. And when she arrived, if she made it through the dangerous terrain and found his cabin, he wasn't sure he'd have the strength to send her away. Arya, he whispered to the wind, I'm sorry. But the ghost of his first mate remained silent, and the bond with his second burned brighter with every passing moment. His fate was coming for him, and Kael couldn't decide
if that was salvation or damnation.
Chapter 5. Into the Wilderness. The mountain road ended 2 hours before dawn. Lira sat in Maya's truck, staring at the wall of forest ahead, dark and impenetrable, lit only by her headlights and the fading moon. The pavement had given way to gravel, then to dirt, and now to nothing. Just trees and rocks, and the kind of wilderness that swallowed people whole. Beyond that darkness, somewhere in those mountains, was him. The bond pulsed in her chest, steady and insistent. North. Keep going north. You can still turn back, she told herself. But even as she said it, her hands were already moving, killing the engine, pocketing the keys, checking the backpack Maya had insisted she take. Water bottles, protein bars, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a jacket that was probably too thin for mountain weather, but better than nothing. This is insane, she muttered, shouldering the pack. The bond thrummed in agreement and encouragement all at once, a contradiction that somehow made perfect sense. Lira climbed out of the truck, and the cold hit her immediately. October in the lowlands was crisp and pleasant. October in the mountains was something else entirely, the kind of cold that bit through clothing and settled into bones. She zipped the jacket to her throat and started walking. Within an hour, every muscle in her body was screaming. Lira had never been athletic. While other wolves spent their childhoods running through forests on 4 legs, building strength and endurance, she'd stayed human, stayed weak. She could walk, could hike on flat terrain, but this, scrambling over rocks, pushing through dense undergrowth, climbing steep inclines, was beyond anything her body was prepared for. Her thighs burned, her calves cramped, her lungs felt like they might tear apart with each gasping breath. But the bond pulled her forward, relentless as gravity. Just a little farther, she told herself. Then, 5 minutes later, just to that tree. Then, just over that ridge. The sun rose somewhere beyond the canopy, turning the darkness to gray, then gold. Lira paused at the crest of a hill, bracing herself against the boulder while her vision swam and her heart tried to hammer through her ribs. The view stole what little breath she had left. Mountains stretched endlessly before her, peaks crowned with early snow, valleys thick with evergreens, morning mist clinging to the hollows like ghosts. Beautiful and vast, and utterly indifferent to one small woman trying to cross it. Somewhere in all that wilderness was her mate. The thought should have been daunting, should have sent her running back to the truck and the safe, predictable life waiting in the lowlands. Instead, it made her heart ache with something too big for words. She pressed her palm to her sternum, feeling the bond like a second heartbeat. Steady, strong, real. I'm coming, she whispered to the mountains, to him. I don't know if you want me to, but I'm coming anyway. Through the bond, something shifted. Not quite acknowledgement, but not resistance either. Like he'd heard her and didn't know how to respond. Lira shouldered her pack and kept walking. By midday, doubt had set in. She'd been hiking for hours, following the bond's pull with single-minded determination, but the terrain was brutal, her body was failing, and the sun, briefly visible through the canopy, was already starting its descent toward the western horizon. Night would come early in these mountains, and she had no tent, no real supplies, no way to protect herself if something went wrong. What am I doing? The question whispered through her mind, insidious and persuasive. She was chasing a man she'd met for 5 minutes, a man who'd wrapped her wounded hand and then disappeared without explanation. A man who, according to Maya's mate, had gone feral with grief and exiled himself from pack life. What made her think he'd welcome her arrival?
Worse, what if he rejected her because of what she was? The old wound opened fresh and bleeding. She couldn't shift, couldn't give him the wolf-to-wolf connection that made mate bonds complete. What if that mattered? What if he took one look at her broken, half-human soul and decided she wasn't worth the bond? Lyra stumbled over a root and went down hard, catching herself on her palms. Pain lanced through her hands, already blistered from scrambling over rocks, and her eyes burned with frustrated tears. "Get up," she told herself harshly. But her body wasn't listening. Her muscles trembled with exhaustion, and her empty stomach cramped around nothing. She'd eaten the last protein bar an hour ago, and the water was running low. "Turn back. This is suicide." The reasonable voice in her head sounded suspiciously like her mother. Through the bond, she felt him. Closer now. Close enough that his emotions were bleeding through in fragments. Conflict, longing, and underneath it all, a grief so profound that it made her chest ache in sympathy. He was hurting, had been hurting for a long time, and maybe, just maybe, she could help. The thought gave her the strength to push to her feet. She wiped her bleeding palms on her jeans and kept walking. Twilight came swiftly, painting the forest in shades of purple and gold. Lyra's pace had slowed to a stumbling walk, her body running on fumes and sheer stubbornness. The bond said she was close, maybe a few more miles, but she knew with grim certainty that she wouldn't make it tonight. She needed shelter, needed rest, needed to not die of exposure in these mountains before she could tell her mate exactly what she thought of him abandoning her at the gathering. The anger was new, burning bright beneath the exhaustion. Who did he think he was, wrapping her injured hand with tender care and then disappearing without explanation, leaving her to figure out the bond alone, making her chase him through miles of wilderness like some kind of demented romantic trial? When she found him, we're going to have words. The fantasy of yelling at her mystery mate kept her moving until she spotted it. A dark opening in a rocky hillside, half hidden by overgrown ferns. A cave. Lyra approached cautiously, shining her flashlight into the entrance. The beam revealed rough stone walls, a dirt floor, and, blessedly, no signs of current animal occupation. It wasn't deep, maybe 10 feet, but it would block the wind and provide some protection from the elements. Good enough, she muttered and ducked inside. The temperature dropped immediately. Stone had a way of holding cold, even in shelter. Lyra pulled her jacket tighter and sank onto the cave floor, her back against the wall and her legs stretched in front of her. Every muscle screamed. Her feet throbbed inside her boots, probably blistered bloody. Her hands were torn, her face scratched from branches, and she was pretty sure she'd never been this tired in her entire life. But through it all, the bond hummed steadily. Almost there. Lyra closed her eyes, reaching tentatively along that invisible thread connecting her to him. She could feel him more clearly now, could sense his awareness of her sharpening, his agitation growing as he tracked her progress. He knew where she was, probably knew she'd stopped for the night. "Come to me," she thought, not sure if he could hear. "If you won't let me come to you, then come to me." The bond vibrated with something too complex to name. Want, fear, resistance, but not rejection. She'd take it.
Chapter 5. Into the Wilderness. The mountain road ended 2 hours before dawn. Lira sat in Maya's truck, staring at the wall of forest ahead, dark and impenetrable, lit only by her headlights and the fading moon. The pavement had given way to gravel, then to dirt, and now to nothing. Just trees and rocks, and the kind of wilderness that swallowed people whole. Beyond that darkness, somewhere in those mountains, was him. The bond pulsed in her chest, steady and insistent. North. Keep going north. You can still turn back, she told herself. But even as she said it, her hands were already moving, killing the engine, pocketing the keys, checking the backpack Maya had insisted she take. Water bottles, protein bars, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a jacket that was probably too thin for mountain weather, but better than nothing. This is insane, she muttered, shouldering the pack. The bond thrummed in agreement and encouragement all at once, a contradiction that somehow made perfect sense. Lira climbed out of the truck, and the cold hit her immediately. October in the lowlands was crisp and pleasant. October in the mountains was something else entirely, the kind of cold that bit through clothing and settled into bones. She zipped the jacket to her throat and started walking. Within an hour, every muscle in her body was screaming. Lira had never been athletic. While other wolves spent their childhoods running through forests on 4 legs, building strength and endurance, she'd stayed human, stayed weak. She could walk, could hike on flat terrain, but this, scrambling over rocks, pushing through dense undergrowth, climbing steep inclines, was beyond anything her body was prepared for. Her thighs burned, her calves cramped, her lungs felt like they might tear apart with each gasping breath. But the bond pulled her forward, relentless as gravity. Just a little farther, she told herself. Then, 5 minutes later, just to that tree. Then, just over that ridge. The sun rose somewhere beyond the canopy, turning the darkness to gray, then gold. Lira paused at the crest of a hill, bracing herself against the boulder while her vision swam and her heart tried to hammer through her ribs. The view stole what little breath she had left. Mountains stretched endlessly before her, peaks crowned with early snow, valleys thick with evergreens, morning mist clinging to the hollows like ghosts. Beautiful and vast, and utterly indifferent to one small woman trying to cross it. Somewhere in all that wilderness was her mate. The thought should have been daunting, should have sent her running back to the truck and the safe, predictable life waiting in the lowlands. Instead, it made her heart ache with something too big for words. She pressed her palm to her sternum, feeling the bond like a second heartbeat. Steady, strong, real. I'm coming, she whispered to the mountains, to him. I don't know if you want me to, but I'm coming anyway. Through the bond, something shifted. Not quite acknowledgement, but not resistance either. Like he'd heard her and didn't know how to respond. Lira shouldered her pack and kept walking. By midday, doubt had set in. She'd been hiking for hours, following the bond's pull with single-minded determination, but the terrain was brutal, her body was failing, and the sun, briefly visible through the canopy, was already starting its descent toward the western horizon. Night would come early in these mountains, and she had no tent, no real supplies, no way to protect herself if something went wrong. What am I doing? The question whispered through her mind, insidious and persuasive. She was chasing a man she'd met for 5 minutes, a man who'd wrapped her wounded hand and then disappeared without explanation. A man who, according to Maya's mate, had gone feral with grief and exiled himself from pack life. What made her think he'd welcome her arrival? Worse,
What if he rejected her because of what she was? The old wound opened fresh and bleeding. She couldn't shift, couldn't give him the wolf-to-wolf connection that made mate bonds complete. What if that mattered? What if he took one look at her broken, half-human soul and decided she wasn't worth the bond? Lira stumbled over a root and went down hard, catching herself on her palms. Pain lanced through her hands, already blistered from scrambling over rocks, and her eyes burned with frustrated tears. "Get up," she told herself harshly. But her body wasn't listening. Her muscles trembled with exhaustion, and her empty stomach cramped around nothing. She'd eaten the last protein bar an hour ago, and the water was running low. "Turn back. This is suicide." The reasonable voice in her head sounded suspiciously like her mother. Through the bond, she felt him. Closer now. Close enough that his emotions were bleeding through in fragments. Conflict, longing, and underneath it all, a grief so profound that it made her chest ache in sympathy. He was hurting, had been hurting for a long time, and maybe, just maybe, she could help. The thought gave her the strength to push to her feet. She wiped her bleeding palms on her jeans and kept walking. Twilight came swiftly, painting the forest in shades of purple and gold. Lyra's pace had slowed to a stumbling walk, her body running on fumes and sheer stubbornness. The bond said she was close, maybe a few more miles, but she knew with grim certainty that she wouldn't make it tonight. She needed shelter, needed rest, needed to not die of exposure in these mountains before she could tell her mate exactly what she thought of him abandoning her at the gathering. The anger was new, burning bright beneath the exhaustion. Who did he think he was, wrapping her injured hand with tender care and then disappearing without explanation, leaving her to figure out the bond alone, making her chase him through miles of wilderness like some kind of demented romantic trial? When she found him, we're going to have words. The fantasy of yelling at her mystery mate kept her moving until she spotted it. A dark opening in a rocky hillside, half hidden by overgrown ferns. A cave. Lira approached cautiously, shining her flashlight into the entrance. The beam revealed rough stone walls, a dirt floor, and, blessedly, no signs of current animal occupation. It wasn't deep, maybe 10 feet, but it would block the wind and provide some protection from the elements. Good enough, she muttered and ducked inside. The temperature dropped immediately. Stone had a way of holding cold, even in shelter. Lira pulled her jacket tighter and sank onto the cave floor, her back against the wall and her legs stretched in front of her. Every muscle screamed. Her feet throbbed inside her boots, probably blistered bloody. Her hands were torn, her face scratched from branches, and she was pretty sure she'd never been this tired in her entire life. But through it all, the bond hummed steadily. Almost there. Lira closed her eyes, reaching tentatively along that invisible thread connecting her to him. She could feel him more clearly now, could sense his awareness of her sharpening, his agitation growing as he tracked her progress. He knew where she was, probably knew she'd stopped for the night. "Come to me," she thought, not sure if he could hear. "If you won't let me come to you, then come to me." The bond vibrated with something too complex to name. Want, fear, resistance, but not rejection. She'd take it.
Lira woke to the sound of movement outside the cave. Her eyes snapped open, heart jackrabbiting against her ribs. The forest had gone dark while she dozed. True night now, moonless and complete. Her flashlight had died at some point, leaving her in absolute blackness. The sound came again, footsteps. Too heavy to be a small animal, too measured to be random. Something or someone was circling her shelter. Lyra's breath caught. She had no weapon, no way to defend herself. If it was a predator, she was helpless. Through the bond, she felt him, a sudden spike of alertness, of focus locked entirely on her location. It's him, she realized. He's here. Relief and terror tangled together. She'd wanted to find him, yes, but not like this. Trapped and vulnerable, unable to even see him. "I know you're out there," she called, proud when her voice only shook a little. "I can feel you." The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched, broken only by the wind through the trees and her own ragged breathing. Then, from the darkness just beyond the cave entrance, a voice, deep and rough and achingly familiar. "You shouldn't have come." Her heart stopped, then restarted at twice its normal speed. That voice, the same one that had asked to see her injured hand, that had told her to stay in the light. Why not? She tried to see him, but the darkness was absolute. "You're my mate. Where else would I go?" A sound, almost a growl. "You can't know that." "I can." Lyra pushed to her feet, ignoring her body's protest. "I feel it. The bond. I felt it since you touched me at the gathering, since you left without explanation." "I left to protect you." "From what?" Frustration bled into her voice. "From yourself? From whatever tragic backstory is making you hide in these mountains?" Another growl, closer now. She felt his presence like heat just beyond the cave entrance, close enough to touch if she reached out, close enough to run. But Lyra had never been good at running. "I'm not what you think," he said, and the rawness in his voice made her chest ache. "I'm not whole. I can't give you what you deserve." "What I deserve?" The words came out sharp. "You don't get to decide that. You don't get to wrap my hands like it matters and then disappear. You don't get to make me feel this." She pressed her palm to her chest where the bond burned bright and certain. "This and then tell me I shouldn't have followed it?" "Lyra." Her name on his lips was devastating. "How do you know my name?" Silence. Then, "I know everything about you. Your scent, your heartbeat, the way your soul fits against mine like it was made for me." His voice dropped, barely above a whisper. "And none of it matters, because I can't." "Can't or won't?" She took a step toward the entrance, toward him. "Because there's a difference." "Don't." The command was sharp. "Don't come closer." "Why not?" "Because if you do, I won't be able to let you go." The admission hung in the air between them, vulnerable and fierce and utterly honest. Lyra's breath caught. Through the bond, she felt him, the battle raging inside him, want and honor tearing him apart. He had already lost someone, already loved and grieved, and now she was here, offering him a second chance he didn't believe he deserved. "Then don't," she said softly. "Don't let me go." "You don't understand what you're asking." "Then explain it to me." Another step closer. "Stop hiding. Stop protecting me from things I haven't agreed need protecting from. Talk to me, please." For a long moment, nothing. Just the wind and the darkness and the bond pulling taut between them. Then, slowly, a shape materialized at the cave entrance. A silhouette backlit by starlight, broad-shouldered and predatory. She couldn't see his face, couldn't read his expression, but she felt his presence like electricity on her skin. "I had a mate 7 years ago. She died, and it nearly destroyed me. I swore I'd never bond again, never risk that kind of loss. Parents. And then you bled, and the bond formed anyway, and I..." His voice broke. "My heart cracked open. I'm not asking you to forget her." "Aren't you?" "No."
She moved closer until only a few feet separated them. I'm asking you to let yourself live again, to take the chance the moon is offering us. Her voice gentled. I'm not a replacement for what you lost. I'm something new, something different. And maybe that's scary, but it's terrifying, he interrupted. You're terrifying, because I felt you for less than a day and already He stopped, seemed to gather himself. You should go home, Lira, back to your life. Find someone who isn't broken. I am broken, she said quietly. I can't shift, never have. My wolf is dormant, maybe forever. So if you're waiting for someone whole and perfect, you're looking at the wrong person. His shock rippled through the bond. That's why you couldn't feel it, he murmured. At the gathering, the bond was there, but your wolf isn't. The admission still hurt. So if that matters to you, if you need a mate who can run with you and hunt with you and be everything a wolf should be, then you're right. I should leave. She waited, breath held for his rejection. Instead, he moved. One moment he was a silhouette in the entrance, the next he was in front of her, close enough that she could feel his heat, smell pine and smoke, and something wild that made her head spin. It doesn't matter, he said roughly. Wolf or human or anything in between, you're mine. And his hand lifted, hovering near her face like he was afraid to touch. I don't know how to want this. Don't know how to let myself. Lyra's breath shuddered out. Slowly, carefully, she reached up and guided his hand to her cheek. The contact was electric. His palm was rough, warm, and the bond sung at the touch. She felt his shock, his hunger, the way his control frayed at the simple intimacy of skin on skin. Then, let me want it for both of us, she whispered, until you remember how. For a heartbeat, they stood frozen. Two broken people in a dark cave, connected by a bond neither had asked for and both were terrified of.
Then his thumb brushed her cheekbone, achingly gentle, and Lira felt something fundamental shift between them. Kael, he said hoarsely. My name is Kael. She smiled into the darkness. Hello, Kael. And outside the cave, hidden in the shadows, watching with glowing eyes and patient hunger, something ancient stirred. The girl had found the broken alpha, and the game had just begun. Chapter 6. First Glimpse. Kael felt her enter his territory at dawn. The sensation was immediate and visceral. Foreign presence, familiar soul, moving through the forest like a pulse of light in his awareness. His wolf surged to attention, alert and eager in a way it hadn't been in 7 years. Mate. Here. Ours. She's leaving, Kael said aloud, trying to convince himself. She'll realize it's too far, too dangerous. She'll turn back. But even as he spoke, he was moving, pulling on boots, grabbing his jacket, his body acting on instinct while his mind scrambled to catch up. He wouldn't approach her, wouldn't reveal himself. He'd just observe, make sure she was safe. And when she inevitably gave up and returned to the lowlands, he'd know she'd gotten out safely. That was all. His wolf snorted in disbelief. He found her an hour later, already struggling. Kael kept to the shadows, moving with the practiced silence of a predator who'd spent 7 years alone in these mountains. She couldn't see him, couldn't hear him. Her human senses were no match for his wolf-born stealth. But he could see her. Gods, he could see her. She was smaller than he'd realized at the gathering. Or maybe it was just that the wilderness made everything seem more fragile. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail that had already come half undone. Gray eyes focused with fierce determination on the terrain ahead. Her jacket was too thin for mountain weather, and her movements were awkward, unpracticed. She was so obviously human in her physicality.
No wolf-born grace, no supernatural strength or endurance, just a woman trying to cross brutal terrain through sheer force of will. It was the stubbornness that undid him. Every 100 yards she'd pause, breathing hard, hands on her knees, clearly exhausted. And every time Kael expected her to turn back, to accept that this was impossible and give up. She never did. She'd catch her breath, square her shoulders, and keep walking. North, always north, following the bond with single-minded determination that made his chest ache. "She's coming for us," his wolf said with unmistakable satisfaction. "She won't stop." She should, but the words lacked conviction. Through the bond, he could feel her emotions, determination threaded with fear, hope fighting exhaustion, and underneath it all, a loneliness that mirrored his own so perfectly it hurt. She stumbled over a root, went down hard on her hands, and Kael was moving before thought caught up. One step toward her, two, every protective instinct firing. Then she pushed herself up, muttering something he couldn't hear, and kept going. He forced himself to stop, to stay hidden. "Let us help her," his wolf demanded. "She's struggling. She's ours. We should stay away." But his hands were shaking, claws threatening to emerge. The urge to shift, to run to her, to carry her the rest of the way was overwhelming. He'd never felt this with Arya. The bond with his first mate was intense, all-consuming, but it had grown gradually. Courtship, then recognition, then the slow burn of falling in love until the bond had completed naturally. This was different. This was immediate and absolute, 0 to catastrophic in the space of a heartbeat. Like the moon had looked at him and decided he needed to be struck by lightning. And the woman, currently limping through his forest, leaving traces of blood on rocks where she'd scraped her hands, was lightning. By midday, Kael was at war with himself. She'd been hiking for hours. She was clearly in pain. He could feel it through the bond, dull throbs in her legs and feet, sharp stings in her palms. She'd eaten her last protein bar and was rationing water, even though he could smell her dehydration from 50 yards away. She wasn't going to make it to his cabin. Not today. Maybe not at all if she kept pushing like this. The reasonable part of him said to let nature take its course. She'd realize her limits, find shelter, rest, maybe signal for help. She'd survive, and eventually she'd go home, and he'd never have to face the impossible choice of claiming or rejecting her. But watching her suffer was killing him. Every stumble sent adrenaline spiking through his system. Every pained breath made his wolf snarl with the need to fix it. When she went down hard and stayed down for a full minute, breathing raggedly, clearly fighting tears, something cracked in his chest. "Enough," his wolf growled. "This ends now." I know. The admission felt like defeat and relief all at once. He couldn't claim her, couldn't drag her into his broken life and expect her to put him back together, but he couldn't watch her destroy herself trying to reach him, either. Compromise, then. He'd make sure she survived the night, make sure she had shelter and warmth and food. Then, in the morning, he'd figure something out. First, she needed to stop moving before she collapsed.
She found the cave just as twilight painted the forest purple and gold. Kael had been subtly herding her toward it for the last hour, placing himself downwind so his scent would unconsciously steer her, snapping branches on alternate paths to make them seem less appealing. Wolves were good at manipulation when they needed to be, and right now, he needed her safe. Relief flooded through him when she spotted the cave entrance and approached cautiously. It was one of his emergency shelters, places he'd used during his early feral years when he'd been too unstable to stay in the cabin for long periods. The cave was dry, defensible, and most importantly, empty of predators. She'd be safe there, for tonight at least.
He watched her duck inside, heard her exhausted collapse against the stone wall. Through the bond, her emotions were a tangle. Relief, pain, determination, and underneath it all, that stubborn refusal to quit. Magnificent, his wolf murmured. Kael couldn't disagree. He settled into the shadows outside the cave, prepared to keep watch. She'd sleep, he'd guard. In the morning, he'd deal with morning when it came. But then, through the bond, he felt her reach for him. The sensation was so unexpected, so intimate, it nearly drove him to his knees. She was touching the bond deliberately, sending her consciousness along that invisible thread, looking for him. Come to me, her thought whispered through the connection. If you won't let me come to you, then come to me. His wolf howled. Every instinct said to answer, to go to her, to stop this cruel dance of distance and denial. No, he said through gritted teeth. Not yet. Not. But even as he resisted, he knew it was futile. She'd crossed mountains to find him, had followed a bond she barely understood through brutal terrain and approaching darkness, had refused to quit even when quitting was the smart choice. She deserved better than a coward hiding in the shadows. Kael had meant to wait, meant to at least bring her supplies before revealing himself. But when full dark fell and he heard her startled gasp, felt her fear spike as she woke to sounds outside the cave, his body moved without permission. He circled the cave entrance, letting her hear him, letting her know she wasn't alone. Then she spoke, voice shaking but defiant, and something in his chest simply broke. I know you're out there. I can feel you. He should leave, should disappear back into the forest and let her think it was just an animal. Instead, he answered, You shouldn't have come. The conversation that followed was everything he'd feared and needed. She challenged him, called him on his cowardice, refused to accept his excuses or his martyrdom. And when she told him about her wolf, about being broken in her own way, he'd wanted to gather her close and show her exactly how little that mattered. Then she'd guided his hand to her cheek, and the world narrowed to that single point of contact. Mine, his wolf had whispered with devastating certainty. Kael, he told her hoarsely. My name is Kael. And in that moment, giving her his name felt more intimate than any touch. Now, standing in the darkness of her cave with her scent surrounding him and her heartbeat a steady rhythm beneath his palm, Kael made a decision. He couldn't claim her, not fully. Not when he was still so broken, still so lost in grief and guilt. But he couldn't abandon her either. Wait here, he said quietly, reluctantly pulling his hand from her cheek. Where are you going? To get supplies, food, something to start a fire. He stepped back, putting necessary distance between us. You're hypothermic and starving, and we need to fix that before we do anything else. We? Her voice held careful hope. I'm not promising anything, but I'm not letting you freeze to death in a cave on my mountain either. Your mountain? She could hear the smile in her voice. Territorial much? Despite everything, his mouth curved. You have no idea. He left before he could do something stupid like pull her into his arms and never let go. Outside, the forest was utterly black. No moon, just stars and shadow, and the kind of darkness that would terrify most humans. But Kael had been part of this darkness for 7 years. He knew every tree, every stone, every hidden trail and shelter. And right now, his mate needed him. Shift, his wolf urged. Hunt, provide. Kael paused, uncertainty flickering through him. He hadn't shifted in, gods, months? Longer? After Arya died, the wolf was too painful, too full of grief and rage. He'd stayed human more often than not, letting that side of himself atrophy. But his mate needed food, and the fastest way to get it was on 4 legs. Please, his wolf simply said, let me help her. Kael closed his eyes, took a breath, and let go. The shift was agony. His bones hadn't realigned in so long, they'd forgotten the pattern. Muscle and sinew tore and reformed with brutal efficiency. His spine curved, limbs shortened and strengthened, and his senses exploded outward in a cascade of scent and sound. When it was done, he stood on 4 legs. A massive black wolf with silver-gray eyes and a desperation to prove himself worthy. Hunt, his instincts demanded. So he did. Rabbits were plentiful this time of year, fattened for winter. Kael brought down 2. Quick, clean kills that his wolf executed with savage efficiency. Then he gathered deadfall in his jaws, dry wood that would burn hot and long, and returned to the cave. Lira was still inside. He could hear her breathing, feel her through the bond, tired, but awake, waiting for him. He left the rabbits and wood at the cave entrance, then shifted back to human. His hands shook as he arranged the wood into a proper fire structure. His body ached from the double shift. But beneath it all was satisfaction, primal and absolute. He'd provided for his mate. Kael? Her voice came from inside the cave, uncertain. He struck flint against steel, one of the few things he always carried, and coaxed a flame to life. Orange light bloomed, pushing back the darkness. Then he looked up and met her eyes. This was the first time he'd seen her clearly, really seen her. Not in shadow or moonlight, but in the honest illumination of fire. She was beautiful. Not in a conventional way. Her features were too strong for that. Her expression too guarded. But there was something in her eyes, some combination of vulnerability and strength that made his breath catch. And she was looking at him with the same intensity. "Hi," she said softly. "Hi." His voice came out rougher than intended. "I brought food and wood. You need to eat something before you sleep." She glanced at the rabbits, then back at him. "You hunted?" "Yes. In wolf form."
It's faster. He busied himself with the fire, avoiding her gaze. I'll cook one for you, unless you know how. I've never dressed game in my life. A pause. Will you teach me? The question, simple and sincere, nearly undid him. Maybe, he said carefully, after you eat, after you rest, after we figure out what happens next. What do you want to happen next? Kael looked up, meeting her storm-gray eyes across the firelight. What did he want? To claim her, to run with her, to learn every detail of her soul and show her his in return, to protect her and challenge her and build something new from the ruins of who he'd been. But wanting and having were different things. I don't know yet, he said honestly, but tonight I want you fed and warm and safe. Can that be enough? She smiled, small and uncertain, but real. It's a start. And as Kael set about preparing food for his mate, their first meal together, shared in a cave on his mountain, he felt something he hadn't felt in 7 years. Hope. Fragile and terrifying, but undeniably there. Outside the cave, the forest held its breath, and in the darkness beyond the firelight, something watched with ancient, hungry eyes. The broken alpha had found his mate. Now, the real test would begin. Chapter 7. Invisible Guardian. Lira woke to warmth and the smell of smoke. For a disorienting moment, she couldn't place where she was. Then memory flooded back. The cave, the fire, the massive man with storm-colored eyes who'd appeared out of the darkness like something from a dream. Kael. Her mate's name sent a thrill through her chest. She sat up slowly, wincing as every muscle screamed in protest. The fire had burned down to embers, but someone had carefully banked it to keep the coals alive. And beside her, wrapped in what looked like an old shirt, was food, dried meat,
berries, and a canteen of fresh water. But Kael was gone. Lyra's heart sank even as she reached for the bond. He was still there. She could feel him, closer than before, but not here, somewhere outside, watching, maybe, or hiding. She unwrapped the food and ate mechanically, her mind replaying last night, the way he'd touched her face with such careful reverence, the rawness in his voice when he'd given her his name, the conflict bleeding through every word, every gesture. He wanted her. She'd felt it in the bond, seen it in the tension of his body. But he was terrified. I had a mate. She died, and it nearly destroyed me. The words echoed through her mind. She'd known about his loss. Maya's mate had told them. But hearing it from Kael himself, feeling the depth of his grief through the bond, was different, devastating. How do you compete with the ghost? How do you convince someone that loving again wasn't betrayal? Lira didn't have answers, but she knew one thing with absolute certainty. She wasn't giving up. She emerged from the cave to find more gifts. A heavier jacket, well-worn but clean, smelling of pine and smoke and him, draped over a rock. Sturdy boots that looked about her size, sitting beside it, and a walking stick, the wood freshly carved and sanded smooth. Lira picked up the jacket with trembling hands, pressing it to her face. His scent wrapped around her, and the bond hummed with approval and longing. He'd done this. Sometime between leaving last night and dawn, he'd brought her everything she needed to survive the mountain, to reach him. He wants me to make it, she realized. He's afraid, but he wants me to come anyway. Hope bloomed bright and fierce in her chest. She pulled on the jacket, too big in the shoulders, but wonderfully warm, and laced up the boots. They fit perfectly, which meant he somehow known her size. The mate bond, probably. That supernatural awareness that told him everything about her body, her needs, her existence. She wondered what else he knew, what else he could feel. Can you hear my thoughts? She wondered, sending the question tentatively along the bond. No answer, but she felt something. A ripple of awareness, attention focusing on her like a spotlight. He was listening. Thank you, she said aloud, her voice echoing slightly in the morning stillness. The forest remained silent, but the bond warmed. Lyra shouldered her pack, lighter now, most of her meager supplies exhausted, and gripped the walking stick. The bond pulled north, stronger than ever. Close. So close she could almost taste it. I'm coming, she told the trees, told him. I hope you're ready. And she started walking.
The boots made all the difference. With proper footwear and the walking stick for balance, Lyra could actually move at a decent pace. Her muscles still ached, probably would for days, but the sharp, desperate exhaustion from yesterday had faded to manageable discomfort. The bond pulled her forward, a compass that never wavered. She'd been walking for maybe an hour when she spotted the first sign, boot prints in soft earth far too large to be hers, fresh, leading in the same direction she was going. He's ahead of me, she realized, clearing the path. The next sign was a branch moved aside, propped against a tree to widen a narrow passage. Then a rope tied between two trees over a steep section, giving her something to hold while she climbed. He was helping her, guiding her, making sure she reached him safely, even while maintaining his distance. I see what you're doing, she called out, not sure if he could hear her words or just sense her emotions through the bond. Didn't really matter. She needed to say it, and he needed to hear it. My name is Lira Brennan, which you probably already know somehow. I'm 24, 25 as of yesterday, actually. She paused, laughing softly. Happy birthday to me, I guess. spent it hiking through mountains to find a mate who's determined to be noble and self-sacrificing. The bond rippled with something that might have been amusement. Encouraged, she continued. I have a younger sister, Marin. She's amazing. Everything I'm not. Strong wolf, perfect mate bond, confidence that could power a small city. No bitterness in the words, just honest affection. She's the one who told me I wasn't allowed to give up, that I deserve this. Do you? The question whispered through her mind. Not quite his voice, but close enough. Deserve this? I don't know, Lira admitted. My mother doesn't think so. She wanted me to accept a chosen mate, someone practical, who wouldn't mind that I'm broken. She felt his response like a physical jolt, sharp denial, protective anger. That's what I am, though, she said quietly, pushing through undergrowth into a small clearing. By Wolf's standards, anyway. I've never shifted. Not once in 10 years. Most wolves first shift during puberty, but I just didn't. And I kept waiting, kept hoping, but nothing ever happened. The clearing was beautiful. Wildflowers blooming despite the season, a small stream cutting through the center. Lira paused to refill her canteen, then sat on a sun-warmed rock. Do you know what it's like? She asked the forest, the sky, him. To grow up surrounded by people who can do this fundamental thing, this magic, and you just can't? To watch everyone else run and hunt and be what they're supposed to be, while you stay human and slow and wrong? The bond ached with sympathy. My wolf is there. I can feel her sometimes like a presence just out of reach. But she won't come forward, won't let me shift. And I'm terrified that she's broken, that I'm broken. That even though the moon gave me a mate bond, I'll never be able to give you what you need. You, the bond whispered. Just you. That's all I need. Tears burned her eyes. She didn't know if that was his thought or her desperate hope, but it felt real, felt true. I know you lost someone, and I'm sorry. I can't imagine that kind of pain. But I need you to know, she pressed her palm to her chest, to the place where the bond lived. I'm not trying to replace her. I'm not asking you to forget. I want a chance, a real one, to see if maybe we could be something good, something worth the risk. The forest remained silent, but she felt him. Felt his attention locked on her with laser focus, felt emotions too complex to name flooding through the bond. He was listening, really listening. I'm not going to lie and say I'm easy to love, Lira said with a watery laugh. I'm stubborn and defensive, and I have approximately 0 useful survival skills. But I'm also loyal, and I don't give up. And I will fight for the people I care about with everything I have. She stood, shouldering her pack again. So if you're planning to reject me, Kael Thorne, you should probably do it soon, because the longer this goes on, the harder I'm going to fall. And when I fall, I don't do it halfway. The bond flared bright and hot, want and fear, and something that felt dangerously close to surrender. Lira started walking again, following the pull north. Fair warning, she called over her shoulder. I'm terrible at taking hints, so you're going to have to use actual words, and probably be really clear. Because I've spent 10 years being told I wasn't enough, and I'm done believing it. Behind her, in the shadows of the trees, she could have sworn she heard something. Not quite laughter, not quite a sob, but definitely, unmistakably, the sound of a man being utterly undone by a woman who refused to quit. The cabin appeared just as the sun began its descent. Lira crested a ridge, and there it was. A structure that looked grown from the forest itself,
all rough-hewn logs and moss-covered roof. Smoke curled from a stone chimney, a covered porch held neatly stacked firewood. Everything about it spoke of solitude and careful maintenance. And standing in the doorway, backlit by the warm glow of interior light, was him, Kael. The bond roared to life, recognition slamming into her with physical force. He was tall. She'd known that, but seeing him in full daylight emphasized it. Broad-shouldered, built like he could tear apart the world with his bare hands, but chose careful restraint instead. Dark hair fell past his collar, and even from this distance, she could see the tension in his stance. He was watching her, waiting, and suddenly, after miles of hiking and hours of one-sided conversation and a lifetime of being told she wasn't enough, Lira was terrified. What if this is where he tells me to leave? But then he moved, one step out of the doorway, onto the porch, his hands loose at his sides in a gesture that was somehow both defensive and welcoming. "You made it," he called across the clearing. "Did you doubt I would?" "No." Something that might have been a smile ghosted across his face. "You're the most stubborn person I've never met." "Never met?" She started across the clearing, her exhausted legs somehow finding renewed strength. "I'm pretty sure we met last night. You touched my face, told me your name, cooked me rabbit that was honestly better than it had any right to be." That was in the dark. This is different. How? Because now I can see you. Really see you. His eyes, gray-silver in the afternoon light, tracked her movement with predatory focus. And now you can see me. All of me. The exile, the broken alpha, the man who's terrified he'll destroy you just by wanting you too much. Lira stopped at the base of the porch steps, tilting her head back to meet his gaze. "Do I look destroyed?" "You look exhausted, scratched, probably in pain." His jaw tightened. "And still, somehow, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Hate flooded through her, the bond singing with his sincerity. "I heard you," he said quietly. "Everything you said. The whole way here I was listening. And? And you're wrong. You're not broken. You're not less than. And any mother who made you feel that way is an idiot." Lira's breath caught. He stopped 2 steps away, close enough that she could feel his heat, see the amber flecks in his gray eyes, and smell pine and smoke and something uniquely him. "I don't care that you can't shift," Kael said roughly with emotion. "I don't care that your wolf is dormant. Wolf, human, or anything in between, you're mine. And I—" He stopped, seeming to struggle. "I'm terrified of failing you, of losing you, of dishonoring Aria's memory by wanting you this much when I've only known you existed for a day." "Then be terrified," Lira said softly. "Be conflicted and guilty and whatever else you need to be, but be it with me. Not hidden in the mountains, protecting me from a distance like I'm too fragile to handle the truth." "You are fragile." His hand lifted, hovering near her face like he was afraid to touch. "I could hurt you so easily." "Then don't." She caught his hand, pressing it to her cheek like she had in the cave. The bond flared at the contact, fierce and certain. "Don't hurt me. Don't hide from me. Don't make decisions about what I can handle without asking me first." His thumb brushed her cheekbone, achingly gentle. "What if I can't be what you need? What if you're exactly what I need?" She turned her face into his palm, feeling his pulse jump. What if we're both broken in ways that fit together? What if that's the whole point? For a long moment, they stood frozen. 2 damaged souls, connected by a bond neither had asked for, balanced on the knife's edge between rejection and surrender. Then Kael's other hand came up, cradling her face between his palms,
and his forehead dropped to rest against hers. "I don't know how to do this," he whispered. "Neither do I." Lyra's hands fisted in his shirt, anchoring herself. "So we'll figure it out. Together." "Together," he repeated, like testing the word, like maybe, possibly, beginning to believe it. In the fading afternoon light, on a mountain far from civilization, two broken people took the first tentative step toward becoming whole. Behind them, the forest watched, and in the shadows beyond the clearing, something ancient smiled. The bond was formed, the players were in position. Now, the real game could begin.
The world narrowed to a single point. Him. Lira had thought she'd seen Kael last night, had believed firelight and darkness had given her a true picture of her mate. But standing in the clearing with afternoon sun painting everything gold, she realized the shadows had been merciful. Because Kael Thorne in full daylight was devastating. He wasn't classically handsome. His features were too harsh for that, too carved by pain and isolation. But there was something compelling about the sharp angle of his jaw, the way his dark hair fell past his collar in waves that suggested he'd stopped caring about appearances years ago. His body was all lean muscle and controlled power, dressed in worn flannel and jeans that had seen better days. But it was his eyes that destroyed her. Gray-silver, like storm clouds shot through with lightning, and so haunted. Grief lived in those eyes, alongside something that looked dangerously close to hope and terror all tangled together. He descended the porch steps slowly, each movement deliberate, and Lira felt the bond stretch and vibrate between them like a plucked string. Closer. He's coming closer. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She'd crossed mountains for this moment, had followed a pull she barely understood through exhaustion and fear and doubt. And now he was here, real and solid and hers, and she didn't know whether to run toward him or away. Then their eyes met. The bond exploded. Lira gasped, stumbling as sensation flooded through her, his emotions crashing into hers with tidal force. Want, fear, longing so profound it made her chest ache. Guilt wrapped around devotion, wrapped around need. It was overwhelming, all-consuming, and for the first time, she understood why wolves talked about mate bonds like they were destiny incarnate. Because this wasn't a choice, wasn't logic or reason or careful decision-making. This was inevitability. She felt him in her bones, in her blood, in the space between heartbeats, felt his soul brush against hers like recognition after a lifetime of searching. And underneath it all, woven through every sensation, was certainty. Mine. Yours. Ours. "Oh," she breathed, the word barely audible. Kael had frozen mid-step, his expression somewhere between wonder and devastation. Through the bond, she felt the exact moment the connection solidified for him too. Felt his wolf surge forward, triumphant and possessive, while his human half recoiled in conflicted panic. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at each other, caught in the grip of something neither had fully understood until this moment. Then Kael's expression shuddered, wall slamming into place with almost physical force. "You shouldn't have come." His voice was cold, controlled, but his hands trembled at his sides, betraying him. The rejection hurt, even though she'd expected it, especially because she could feel through the bond that he didn't mean it, that every cell in his body was screaming at him to close the distance, to touch her, to claim her. Lyra straightened, pulling her exhausted body into something resembling dignity. "The bond doesn't lie," she said quietly. "Neither do I. The bond doesn't know what it's asking. Doesn't it?" She took a step closer, watched his jaw clench with the effort of not backing away. "It brought me here, brought us together. Maybe instead of fighting it, you should consider that the moon knows something we don't. The moon makes mistakes. Does it? Or are we just scared of what it means to try again?" A muscle jumped in his jaw. Through the bond, his emotions were chaos. Want battling honor, need fighting guilt. She could feel him teetering on the edge of surrender and retreat, and she didn't know which way he'd fall. I can't. His voice broke. I can't do this, Lira. Can't or won't. Does it matter? Yes. She held his gaze, refusing to let him hide, because can't means it's impossible. Won't means you're choosing fear over possibility. His eyes flashed. You don't know what you're talking about. Then tell me. Frustration bled into her voice. Tell me why you'd rather live alone on this mountain than take a chance on something that could be good. Tell me why she felt him flinch at the name. Why loving her means you can't love anyone else. Make me understand, Kael, because right now, all I see is someone determined to suffer as some kind of penitence.
She was furious. Kael could feel it through the bond, righteous anger mixing with hurt and determination, all of it directed at him with laser focus. And God's help him, even her fury was beautiful. Standing in his clearing with her dark curls wild around her face and her gray eyes blazing, Lira Brennan looked like she could set the world on fire with sheer force of will. She was small, barely came up to his chest, and exhausted from days of travel. By all rights, she should be easy to dismiss, easy to send away. But there was nothing easy about her. She'd crossed mountains to find him, had followed a bond she barely understood through terrain that should have broken her. And now she stood before him, refusing to accept his rejection, demanding he explain himself, like she had every right to his truth. The terrifying part was that she did. The mate bond had solidified the moment their eyes met. Kael had felt it snap into place with brutal clarity, not the tentative connection from before, but something complete and unbreakable. He knew her now, knew the cadence of her heartbeat, the scent that was uniquely hers, the way her soul fit against his like the missing piece of a puzzle he thought was permanently incomplete. And she knew him, not the details maybe, but the essence, could feel his emotions, his conflict, the way his wolf was currently howling at him to stop being an idiot and claim her. It's not about penance, he said finally, the words dragged from somewhere deep and painful. It's about protection. From what? From me. He took a step back, needing distance before he did something irreversible. I'm not the man you think I am, Lira. I've been alone for 7 years because I can't be around people without... Stopped, jaw clenching. I'm barely in control. My wolf is unstable. I shift at random. I have nightmares that leave me destructive and dangerous. So you hide. So I protect people from what I've become. His voice turned harsh. You think you want this, want me, but you have no idea what you're asking for. Then show me. The simple challenge nearly undid him. Show her. Let her see the broken, feral thing he'd become and watch her run. Watch the hope in her storm-gray eyes turn to fear and disgust. It would be kinder, would save them both years of inevitable heartbreak. But when he looked at her, really looked at her, he didn't see someone who'd break easily. She was small, yes. Human, fragile, yes. But there was steel in her spine and fire in her eyes, and through the bond, he could feel her determination like bedrock. She won't run, his wolf said with certainty. She's ours. She'll stay. One night, Kael heard himself say. You can stay one night, rest, eat, get your strength back. Then in the morning, you leave. Her eyes narrowed. And if I don't want to leave? That's not your choice. The hell it isn't. She crossed her arms and despite her size, managed to look formidable. I'm not some damsel you get to make decisions for, Kael. I came here knowing the risks, knowing you'd fight me, and I'm not leaving just because it's easier for you. Frustration spiked through him. You're being stubborn. I'm being honest. She took another step closer, and his wolf practically purred at her proximity. You want me to leave because you're scared. Scared of wanting me.
Scared of what it means if this bond works, scared that loving me would somehow diminish what you had with Arya. Each word landed like a blow, too accurate to deflect. But here's the thing, Lira continued, softer now. I'm scared too. Terrified, actually. Because I've spent my whole life being told I'm not enough. And now the universe hands me a mate who looks at me like I'm everything. And I don't know how to believe it. Kael's throat tightened. Through the bond, he felt her vulnerability, the carefully hidden wounds that matched his own. She wasn't just some hopeful girl chasing the fairy tale. She was someone who understood loss and inadequacy and the weight of expectations that couldn't be met. She was damaged in her own way. And maybe that was the point. One night, Kael repeated, but his voice had lost its edge. Stay tonight. Well, talk. Figure this out. But I'm not promising anything beyond that. Relief flooded through the bond, quickly masked. Okay. Okay? It's a start. She offered a small, tentative smile. And besides, I'm too tired to argue anymore, and I'm pretty sure if I don't sit down soon, I'm going to fall down. Guilt lanced through him. She'd been traveling for 2 days on minimal supplies, pushing herself past reasonable limits, and he'd been standing here arguing philosophy while she swayed on her feet. Come inside, he said gruffly. You need food, and probably a shower and sleep. Bossy much, but there was no heat in it, just exhaustion and maybe amusement. You have no idea. He turned and headed for the cabin, hyper-aware of her following him. Every step she took echoed through the bond, her presence like sunshine after years of darkness. His wolf was practically dancing with joy, and even Kael's human half couldn't quite suppress the satisfaction of having his mate here, in his territory, under his protection, even if it was temporary, even if she'd leave in the morning and never look back. At least for one night, she was his.
The cabin threshold felt significant. Lira paused at the doorway, suddenly aware that crossing it meant something. Not in a supernatural sense. This wasn't some fairy tale where entering required permission or bound her in place, but symbolically. Stepping into Kael's home felt like stepping into his life, and she wasn't sure he was ready for that intrusion. Problem? Kael had paused and sighed, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. No, She stopped, reconsidered. This is a big deal, isn't it? You letting me in here, into your space. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, maybe, that she'd understood. Yes. Then thank you. She met his eyes, wanting him to see her sincerity, for trusting me this much. I know it's not easy. His throat worked. It's not about trust. It's about... He seemed to struggle for words. You're my mate. Even if I wanted to keep you out, my wolf wouldn't allow it. This is your home now, whether you stay or not. The words hung in the air, weighted with implications neither of them was ready to examine. Lira took a breath and crossed the threshold. The cabin's interior was exactly what she'd expected and nothing like it. Sparse but clean, a main room that served as kitchen and living space, a loft visible above, and a door that probably led to a bedroom. Bookshelves lined one wall, packed with volumes that looked well read. A stone fireplace dominated another wall, already burning low. Everything was functional, practical, and utterly devoid of personal touches. It looked like a place someone existed in, not lived. It's not much, Kael said, and she could hear the defensiveness under the words. It's perfect. And she meant it. There was something honest about the space, something that matched the man who occupied it, stripped down to essentials, refusing to pretend comfort it didn't feel. He moved to the kitchen area, pulling down a pot. Stew, It'll take about an hour. There's a bathroom through there," he gestured to a door, "and clean towels in the cabinet. Showers basic but functional." "Thank you." "Don't." His voice turned rough. "Don't thank me for basic decency." "Why not?" "Because basic decency would have been showing up at the gathering and introducing myself properly, not making you chase me through mountains like some kind of demented trial." He turned away, busying himself with the stew. "I've been an asshole, Lyra. Don't reward that." She could have argued, could have pointed out that he'd left supplies, cleared her path, kept her safe even while maintaining distance. But she suspected he wouldn't hear it right now. So instead she said, "Okay, I won't thank you, but I'm still grateful." She felt his surprise ripple through the bond, followed by something warmer. "Stubborn," he muttered, but there was almost fondness in it. "You have no idea." She echoed his earlier words and smiled. And for just a moment, the tension between them eased into something that felt almost comfortable, almost like the beginning of something real. Then Kael's expression shuddered again, walls rising. Shower, food, sleep. In that order. "Sir, yes, sir," Lyra mock saluted. His mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Go before I change my mind." She went, but not before catching the way his eyes tracked her movement, hungry and conflicted and absolutely undeniably present. The bond hummed between them, satisfied. She'd crossed his threshold, entered his carefully controlled life, and whether he admitted it or not, everything had just changed. For both of them. Outside, the sun dipped below the mountains, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold. And in the forest beyond the clearing, ancient eyes watched and waited. The bond was formed. The mates were together. Now came the test that would determine if they were strong enough to survive what came next.
Chapter 9. Walls and Wounds. The shower was heaven. Lyra stood under the spray until the water ran cold, washing away 2 days of mountain grime and exhaustion. Her muscles screamed as hot water hit them, but it was the good kind of pain, the kind that meant she'd pushed herself hard and survived. When she finally emerged, wrapped in a towel that smelled like cedar and something uniquely Kael, she found clean clothes folded outside the bathroom door. Sweatpants that would be too long, a flannel shirt that would swallow her, both soft from years of wear. She dressed quickly, rolling the pant legs and sleeves, and returned to the main room. Kael stood at the stove, stirring the pot with careful attention. He changed too. Different jeans, a thermal shirt that emphasized the breadth of his shoulders. His hair was damp, which meant he'd showered elsewhere, the loft, probably. He didn't look up when she entered, but his posture shifted. Awareness rippled through the bond. "Feel better?" His voice was carefully neutral. "Much." She moved closer, drawn by curiosity and the need to be near him. "Thank you for the clothes." "They'll be too big." "They're perfect." He grunted, still not looking at her. The distance felt deliberate, and Lyra tried not to let it sting. She took the opportunity to really look at the cabin. In the better light, she noticed details she'd missed initially. The bookshelf held an eclectic mix. Survival guides next to classic literature, botanical text beside poetry. A guitar sat in the corner, dusty but well-maintained. And on one shelf, placed face down, were several picture frames. Her chest tightened. Those would be from his life before loss and exile and 7 years of solitude. "It will be ready soon," Kael said, breaking her observation. "There's bread in the box if you want some." Lyra found the bread, homemade, surprisingly good. and cut 2 thick slices. She brought them to the small table, then hesitated. "Can I help with anything?" "No." The word was clipped. "Just sit. Rest." She sat, watching him move around the kitchen with efficient grace. He was avoiding her, avoiding eye contact, avoiding proximity, avoiding the bond that hummed constantly between them. Building walls after she'd barely gotten through the door. Lira understood self-protection, had built plenty of walls herself over the years. But sitting here, feeling him deliberately shut her out after everything she'd gone through to reach him, something inside her snapped. "Tell me about Arya." Kael went absolutely still. The spoon in his hand froze mid-stir. "What?" His voice was dangerously quiet. "Your first mate, Arya." Lira kept her tone gentle, but firm. "Tell me about her." "No." "Why not?" "Because it's none of your business." He turned slightly, and the look in his eyes was pure warning. "Drop it, Lira." A smarter person would have recognized the danger in poking at fresh wounds and backed off gracefully. But Lira had hiked through mountains to get here, had faced down her own fears and inadequacies. She wasn't about to be scared off by a man who desperately needed someone to see past his walls.
"It is my business," she said quietly, "because she's the reason you won't let yourself want this, want me. And if we're going to have any chance, any at all, I need to understand." "There is no chance." But his voice lacked conviction. "You keep saying that, but you let me stay, let me into your home, and right now you're cooking me dinner while wearing a hole in the floor, trying not to look at me." She leaned forward. "So either you actually want me to leave and you're just being polite, or you're terrified that if you admit you want me to stay, it'll somehow betray her memory." His jaw clenched so hard she heard teeth grind. Through the bond, his emotions were a storm, rage and grief and fear all tangled together. "You don't know what you're talking about," he said finally. "Then tell me." She stood, moving closer despite every signal he was giving to stay back. "Tell me about her, about what happened, about why loving someone who's alive feels like betrayal." "Stop." "No." She was within arm's reach now, close enough to feel the heat radiating from him. "I'm not afraid of your grief, Kael. I'm not intimidated by the ghost of someone you loved. But I can't compete with the memory if you won't even let me understand it." For a long moment, he just stared at her, silver-gray eyes turbulent with emotions too complex to name. Then, something in him seemed to crack. "Fine." He turned off the stove with sharp, angry movements. "You want to know? You want to hear about how I failed her? How I let her die?" "That's not—" She was visiting her sister, Western Territory, about 60 miles from our packlands. I was supposed to go with her, but there was pack business. Some political bullshit that seemed important at the time. My hands gripped the counter, knuckles white. Rogues attacked, a whole pack of them, feral and rabid. They tore through 3 houses before anyone could respond. Lyra's breath caught, but she remained silent. By the time I got there, it was over. The rogues were dead. So were 7 wolves, including Arya. "Kael." "I held her while she died." The words were brutal, self-lacerating. I felt the bond shatter, felt her slip away while I was powerless to stop it. She tried to tell me something, her lips were moving, but I couldn't hear past my own screaming. Tears burned Lyra's eyes. I almost went feral, probably should have. My wolf wanted blood, wanted to destroy everything and everyone. Dane had to physically restrain me for 3 days until the madness passed. He finally turned, and the devastation in his eyes nearly broke her. When I came back to myself, I knew I couldn't stay, couldn't be around people,
couldn't risk caring about anyone ever again, because if I lost them, you'd break. I'd become a monster. He held her gaze. That's what you're asking for, Lira. That's the risk you're taking by being here. Because if something happens to you, if I lose you the way I lost her, there won't be anything left of me worth saving. The confession hung between them, raw and honest and utterly devastating. Lyra's hands trembled. She wanted to go to him, to offer comfort, but something told her he'd reject it right now, that he needed her to hear this, to understand the full weight of what he was carrying.
"I lost my father," she said quietly. Kael's expression flickered, surprise breaking through the grief. "I was 8, Lira continued. "He was human, not a wolf. My mother's chosen mate before she met her true mate, and he gracefully stepped aside. But he stayed in my life. Was more of a father than my mother's actual mate ever was." Her throat tightened. "Heart attack. Sudden. One day he was teaching me to fish, the next he was just gone." "Lira, I know it's not the same," she said quickly. "Losing a parent isn't the same as losing a mate. But I understand grief, Kael. I understand the fear of loving someone and losing them. I understand building walls to protect yourself from that pain ever happening again." His eyes searched hers. "Then why are you here? Why chase a bond with someone you know is damaged?" "Because being safe isn't the same as being alive." She took a shaky breath. "I spent 10 years being safe, being careful, not taking risks because I was already different enough, already broken enough. And you know what I got for it? Loneliness. A mother who thought I should settle, and a life that felt like watching everyone else live while I just existed." She moved closer, drawn by instinct and need. "You asked me yesterday what I wanted to happen, and the truth is, I don't know. Maybe this doesn't work. Maybe we're too broken in incompatible ways, but I'd rather try and fail than spend the rest of my life wondering, what if?" Kael stared at her, something shifting in his expression. Through the bond, she felt his walls cracking, felt him warring with himself. "I can't promise I won't hurt you," he said hoarsely. "I can't promise I won't hurt you either." She offered a small smile. "We're both damaged, both scared, but maybe that's okay. Maybe we don't need to be perfect to be worth the risk." For a long moment he didn't move. Then, slowly, his hand lifted, reaching toward her face the way it had twice before, hovering like he was afraid to touch. Lira caught his hand, pressing it to her cheek. The bond sang at the contact, and she watched his eyes fall closed. "She'd want you to be happy," Lira whispered. "Arya, whatever else she was, she loved you. And people who love us don't want us to suffer forever." His breath shuddered out. "You can't know that." "I know grief." She held his gaze when he opened his eyes. "And I know that when my father died, his last words to my mother were, 'Keep living,' not 'never love again' or 'stay sad forever.' Just live." A sound escaped him, part laugh, part sob. His other hand came up, cradling her face between his palms, and the intimacy of it stole her breath. "You're killing me," he murmured. "You know that, right?" "Good. Someone needs to crack that stoic alpha exterior. Stubborn, impossible woman. Broken, dramatic alpha." His mouth curved, not quite a smile, but close. And in that moment, something fundamental shifted between them. The walls didn't disappear. The grief didn't magically heal. But space opened up. Just enough for possibility. They ate dinner at the small table, and somehow one meal turned into hours of conversation. Kael was rusty at talking. His words came slowly at first, carefully chosen. But as the evening wore on, he relaxed incrementally. Told her about his childhood, his brother Dane, the pack he'd left behind. Asked about her life, her sister, what it was like growing up unable to shift. "Everyone pitied me," Lira admitted, wrapping her hands around a mug of tea. That was almost worse than the actual inability to shift. The constant, "I'm sorry," and "it must be so hard," until I wanted to scream that I was fine. "Were you?" Kael's eyes were intent. "Fine?" "No." The honesty surprised her. "But I wanted to be. Wanted to pretend it didn't matter, that I couldn't do the one thing that defined us as wolves." She took a sip of tea. "My mother tried to be understanding, but I could see the disappointment. And my sister, Marin, never made me feel less than. But watching her shift for the first time when I still couldn't," her voice trailed off. "That must have been hard." It was. She met his eyes. "But it also taught me something, that I could survive disappointment, survive being different, and that the people who mattered, like Marin, didn't love me less for being broken." "You're not broken," Kael said with unexpected intensity. "You're just different." She smiled. "That's what Marin says, but semantics don't change reality. By wolf standards, I'm defective." "By wolf standards, I'm feral." His mouth twisted. "Guess we're both outliers." "Guess so." The conversation drifted, touching on books they'd read, places they'd been, the comfortable minutia of getting to know another person. At some point, they moved from the table to the area near the fireplace. Lira in the single worn armchair, Kael on the floor with his back against the couch, maintaining careful distance. But the distance felt less defensive now, less about rejection and more about caution. "Tell me something true," Lira said as midnight approached. "Something you haven't told anyone." Kael was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "I talk to her sometimes. Arya, out loud, like she can hear me. I know she's gone, know it's just me talking to the wind, but sometimes I need to, I don't know, explain myself, apologize, ask for permission to—" He stopped. "To move on?" Lyra supplied gently. "To want to." His eyes met hers, and the vulnerability in them made her chest ache. I felt the bond form, and my first thought was, finally. Not horror or resistance, just relief. Like some part of me had been waiting. His jaw clenched. What kind of person feels relieved about replacing their dead mate? "The kind who's been lonely for 7 years," Lyra said softly. "The kind who's human enough to want connection even while grieving. That doesn't make you a monster, Kael. It makes you alive." He looked away, but not before she saw the sheen of moisture in his eyes. "Your turn," he said roughly. "Something true." Lyra pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them. "I came here half expecting you to reject me outright, to tell me the bond was a mistake and send me away." She took a shaky breath. "And part of me almost hoped you would, because that would hurt, but at least I'd know. At least I wouldn't have to risk hoping for something good and having it fall apart later." That's a pretty cynical view. That's 10 years of disappointment talking. She managed to smile. "But I'm glad you didn't reject me, I mean, even if you're still not sure what you want." "I know what I want," Kael said quietly. "That's the problem." The words hung between them, weighted with implication. Through the bond, she felt the truth of it. Desire and need and want, all tangled with fear and guilt. Outside, the night deepened. Inside, the fire burned low, casting dancing shadows across the walls. They talked until exhaustion made Lyra's words slur, until her eyes kept drifting closed and snapping open. Kael noticed, of course. "Bed," he said with fluid grace. "You need sleep." "So do you." "I'll manage." He moved to the loft ladder. "You take the bedroom. Clean sheets, relatively comfortable. I'll be up here if you need anything." "Kael." "Don't argue." But there was no heat in it. "You've been traveling for 2 days. You're exhausted. Take the bed." She wanted to protest.
to insist she could take the loft or the couch, but her body was screaming for horizontal surfaces and darkness.
"Thank you," she said softly. He paused on the ladder, looking back.
For what?
"For tonight. For talking to me. For letting me see past the walls." She held his gaze. "It means something." His throat worked.
Get some sleep, Lira.
She went, but not before catching the way he watched her. Hunger and tenderness and longing all mixed together in an expression that made her heart ache. Lira woke to pre-dawn gray light filtering through the window. For a disoriented moment, she couldn't place where she was. Then memory flooded back. The cabin. Kael. Hours of conversation that had felt like excavating both their souls. She sat up slowly, noticing the mug of water on the bedside table that hadn't been there when she fell asleep. Fresh clothes folded neatly on the chair. He'd checked on her. Quietly, carefully, while she slept. Through the bond, she could feel him. Awake. Restless. Somewhere outside. She rose and padded to the window. There. In the clearing, silvered by early light, Kael stood with his face turned toward the forest. His posture was tense, hands shoved in his pockets, every line of his body radiating conflict. Lira pressed her palm to the cold glass, wishing she could read his thoughts as clearly as his emotions. He'd said she could stay one night, that come morning she'd leave. But watching him now, seeing the way he looked toward the mountains like a man being torn in two, she knew with absolute certainty. He didn't want her to go. And standing in his bedroom, wearing his clothes, with her scent now mixed with his throughout the cabin, Lira made a decision. She wasn't leaving. Not unless he physically made her, and maybe not even then. Because last night, in hours of shared wounds and tentative connection, something had shifted. They'd both felt it. That fragile possibility that maybe, just maybe, they could be something worth fighting for. Now she just had to convince a stubborn, terrified alpha that sometimes the biggest risk was refusing to try at all. She dressed quickly and headed outside. Whatever happened next, they'd face it together. Even if he didn't know it yet.
Chapter 10. The Proposition. Kael hadn't slept. He tried, gods knew he tried, but every time he closed his eyes, he felt her. Her presence in his cabin, in his bed, breathing peacefully while he lay awake in the loft, fighting every instinct that screamed at him to go to her. His wolf had been pacing restlessly all night, a constant pressure against his consciousness. Hours, here, staying. "She's leaving in the morning," Kael muttered into the darkness. That was the deal. "No, not leaving. Won't allow it." "You don't get a vote." His wolf snarled in response, a sound that reverberated through his chest, making his ribs ache. The beast had been dormant for so long, content to let Kael maintain control during their isolation. But Lyra's arrival had awoken something primal and possessive, and now his wolf was done being patient. "She came for us, crossed mountains, ours. We keep her." It's not that simple. It is exactly that simple. Mate stays. We protect, we provide, we claim. Kael rolled onto his side, pressing his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. The claiming urge was getting worse, a constant drumbeat under his skin that demanded he go to her, mark her, make absolutely certain she understood she belonged to him. But that was exactly what he couldn't do. She'd spent hours last night telling him about being seen as defective, about people making decisions for her based on what they thought she could handle. And here I was, contemplating doing the exact same thing, keeping her because I wanted her, regardless of what was actually best for her life. She deserved better than a broken alpha living in exile. Deserved a mate who could give her stability, pack connections, a future that didn't involve isolation and his barely controlled instability. She deserved her choice, his wolf interrupted. She chose us. She came here. Stop deciding for her. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. Dawn broke slowly, painting the loft in shades of gray and gold. Through the bond, Kael felt Lira wake, the gentle shift from sleep to consciousness, confusion bleeding into awareness. He felt her discover the water and clothes he'd left her, felt her move to the window. Then her attention focused on him with laser precision. She knew he was out here, knew he was struggling, and she was coming. Kael closed his eyes briefly, then straightened his spine. Time to face this. Time to send her away like he should have done from the beginning, even if the thought of it made him feel like he was tearing out his own heart. The cabin door opened quietly. Kael didn't turn, but every cell in his body oriented toward her. He could smell her now, his soap on her skin, his clothes carrying her scent, the two of them mingling in a way that made his wolf rumble with satisfaction. Ours, it said smugly. Already smells like us. Lira approached slowly, stopping a few feet away. Smart. She'd learned to read his moods, to give him space when he needed it. Morning, she said softly. Morning. His voice came out rougher than intended. Sleep well? Better than you, apparently. A pause. You didn't sleep at all, did you? Of course she'd know. The bond went both ways, and I'd probably been projecting restless energy all night. I don't sleep much these days. Nightmares?
Sometimes. He finally turned to face her. She stood in the pre-dawn light wearing his clothes, the flannel shirt hanging off one shoulder, sweatpants rolled at the ankles. Her dark hair was sleep mussed, her face free of makeup or artifice. She should have looked vulnerable, out of place in his rough mountain home. Instead, she looked like she belonged. The realization sent panic through him. You should eat something before you go, he said abruptly. The hike down will be easier than coming up, but you'll still need energy. Her expression didn't change. I'm not leaving. Lira! I know what the deal was. One night, then I leave. But I'm changing the terms. She crossed her arms and, despite the too large clothes, managed to look formidable. I'm staying. That's not your decision to make. Actually, it is. Her chin lifted. I'm an adult. I made a choice to come here, and I'm making a choice to stay. You don't get to overwrite that just because you're scared. His wolf perked up, hopeful and triumphant. Kael shoved it down ruthlessly. This isn't about fear. It's exactly about fear. She took a step closer. You're terrified that if I stay, you'll start caring, that you'll let yourself want this, and then something will happen, and you'll lose me the way you lost Arya. Her voice softened. But hiding in the mountains isn't protecting either of us, Kael. It's just another way of giving up. The words hit like physical blows, too accurate to deflect. You don't understand what you're asking for. Then show me. The challenge in her eyes was clear. You said I can't know what I'm getting into. Fine, let me stay. Let me see what your life is actually like. Then, if I decide it's too much, if I choose to leave, at least it'll be an informed choice. His wolf howled approval. Yes, this. She stays, we show her, she sees she belongs. How long? The question escaped before Kael could stop it.
Hope flared in her expression. How long what? If you stay, how long? He forced himself to hold her gaze. A few days isn't enough to understand what life here actually entails. But I can't. His jaw clenched. I can't have you here indefinitely. Not without claiming her, his wolf supplied helpfully. Making decisions we might regret. Kael finished. Lyra studied him for a long moment. What are you proposing? 1 month. The words came out before he'd fully thought them through. Stay for 1 month. Let the bond settle. Let yourself see what this life actually means. The isolation, the instability, all of it. At the end, we both decide, clearly, consciously, whether this is something worth pursuing. It was rational, reasonable, a compromise that gave them both time without forcing premature commitment. And it had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that every cell in his body revolted at the idea of watching her walk away this morning. Liar, his wolf said affectionately, we want her to stay. Just admit it. 1 month? Lyra repeated slowly. And then what?
Then we reassess. He shoved his hands in his pockets to keep from reaching for her. You decide if this is actually what you want. I decide if I can... The word stuck. If I can risk it. Risk loving me, you mean? The blunt statement made him flinch. Yes. She was quiet for a long moment, her gray eyes searching his face. Through the bond, he felt her calculating, weighing options, considering angles he couldn't see. Okay, she said finally. Relief flooded through him so intensely it made his knees weak. His wolf practically crowed with victory. Okay, he repeated, not quite believing it. 1 month. But I have conditions too. Her expression turned serious. You don't get to make decisions about what I can handle without consulting me. You don't get to push me away without actually talking about why. And if at the end of the month you're still planning to reject the bond, you have to tell me directly, not just imply it or hint around it. Fair. Uncomfortably fair. Agreed. He took a breath. But we're doing this my way, which means boundaries. What kind of boundaries? Separate sleeping spaces. You keep the bedroom, I'll stay in the loft. He ticked off points on his fingers. No bond sharing unless absolutely necessary. We maintained physical distance except when... He stopped. Except when essential. Essential for what? Survival training. The idea had formed while they talked. If you're staying here for a month, you need to know how to actually survive the mountain. How to hunt, track, defend yourself. How to read weather and terrain. You're going to teach me? She sounded surprised. Unless you'd prefer to stay helpless and dependent. The words came out harsher than intended. This mountain is dangerous, Lira. If something happens to me, you need to be able to get yourself to safety. Understanding flickered across her face. You're planning for worst-case scenarios. I'm being realistic. I'm unstable. I shift at random. If I go feral and you're here, you won't. You can't know that. Neither can you. She moved closer, and he had to force himself not to step back. But I appreciate the survival lessons regardless. I've always wanted to be less useless in the wilderness. You're not useless. I hiked here on determination and ignorance. Her mouth curved. Pretty sure that qualifies as useless. Despite himself, Kael's lips twitched. Stubborn, maybe, not useless. I'll take it. She extended her hand, formal and slightly ridiculous in his oversized clothes. Deal? 1 month, clear boundaries, survival lessons, and honest communication at the end. He should say no, should send her away while he still could before she embedded herself so deeply in his life that losing her would destroy him. But his hand was already moving, clasping hers. The contact sent electricity through the bond, and they both inhaled sharply. Deal, he said roughly. Her fingers tightened around his.
Thank you. Don't thank me yet. He pulled his hand back, needing distance. You might hate it here by the end of the month. Or I might love it. Her smile was soft and dangerous and full of promise. Guess we'll find out. They fell into a routine with surprising ease. Kael had expected awkwardness, tension, constant negotiation. Instead, they developed a rhythm that felt almost natural. He woke before dawn, habit from years alone, and checked the perimeter of his territory. When he returned, Lira would be up, working in the kitchen with the determined focus of someone learning a new skill. She wasn't a natural cook, but she was stubborn, and stubbornness counted for a lot. "How's the bread coming?" he asked on the third morning, watching her knead dough with more force than strictly necessary. "It's going to be hockey pucks, and we both know it." But there was humor in her voice. "Maybe next time I'll actually remember the yeast before I mix everything together." "Yeast is important." "So you've mentioned. Repeatedly." She shot him a mock glare. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "Watching you assault innocent dough? Absolutely. I can feel your amusement through the bond, you know. It's very distracting." He hadn't realized he was projecting. Kael quickly pulled his emotions back, reinforcing his mental walls. Lyra's hands stilled. "I didn't mean, you don't have to shut me out completely. I just meant..." She trailed off, looking uncertain. Guilt pricked him. The boundaries were necessary, but he didn't want her to feel rejected. "I'm not used to sharing what I feel," he said carefully. 7 years alone means my control is inconsistent." "I understand." She returned to kneading. "Just know that I don't mind feeling your emotions, even the complicated ones." The simple acceptance made his chest tight. After breakfast, they moved into lessons. Kael started with basics, teaching her to read animal tracks, identify edible plants, build proper fires. She was an attentive student, asking smart questions and practicing until she got things right. "Your turn," he said on the third day, handing her the knife. "Field dress the rabbit." Lira looked at the dead animal with obvious trepidation. "You know, when I imagined meeting my mate, this was not how I pictured it going." Disappointed? Surprisingly, no. She took the knife, examining the rabbit with careful focus. "Okay, talk me through it." He did, guiding her through the process step by step. She was squeamish at first, but pushed through, determined not to waste the animal or let him down. By the end, her hands were bloody and she looked vaguely nauseous, but the rabbit was properly dressed. "Good," Kael said and meant it. Her face brightened at the braise. "Yeah? Better than my first attempt." He took the rabbit to prepare for cooking. "You didn't faint or vomit, which puts you ahead of my teenage me." Now I'm picturing teenage Alpha Kael vomiting in the woods. Thank you for that mental image.
Glad to provide entertainment. The ease of their banter surprised him. He'd forgotten what it was like to have companionship, to share space with someone without constant tension. With Lira, it felt easy, natural, dangerous. Afternoons were for physical training. Kael taught her basic self-defense, how to move quietly, how to fall without injuring herself. She was clumsy at first, human reflexes, human strength, but she improved quickly. "Again," he said, resetting his stance. "Remember, you're not trying to overpower an attacker. You're trying to create distance and escape." "Right, distance and escape. Got it." She settled into position, then lunged. Kael deflected easily, using her momentum to spin her off balance. She stumbled, caught herself, and immediately tried again. They went for an hour, Lira throwing herself into the training with the same stubborn determination she applied to everything. By the end, she was sweating and bruised, but grinning. I almost got you that last time, she panted. I almost surprised me, he corrected. Not the same thing. I'll take it. She collapsed onto the porch steps. I'm going to be so sore tomorrow. Good. Means you're building muscle. He tossed her a water bottle, which she caught one-handed. You're improving faster than I expected. Is that alpha speak for you're not completely hopeless? It's alpha speak for you're a decent student. He sat beside her, careful to maintain a few inches of distance. Better than decent, actually. She bumped his shoulder lightly. Careful, I might think you're starting to like having me around. The observation hit too close to truth. Kael stood abruptly. I should check the snares. He felt her confusion through the bond, but couldn't explain that, yes, he was starting to like having her around, and that terrified him more than any threat the mountain could offer. Evenings were the hardest. After dinner, they'd inevitably end up talking, sometimes about inconsequential things, sometimes about wounds that still hurt. Lira had a way of drawing out his stories, of making him remember who he'd been before loss and exile had carved him into something harsh. Tell me about Dane, she said one night, curled in the armchair while he fed the fire. Your brother. What about him? Anything. You've mentioned him a few times, but I don't really know anything except that he's the one who kept you from going feral. Kael poked at the logs, considering. He's younger than me by 3 years. Took over as alpha when I left. That must have been hard for him. He was ready. There was pride in the words. Better at politics than I ever was. More patient, less likely to start fights at pack meetings. You started fights at pack meetings? She sounded delighted. Once or twice. His mouth curved at the memory. There was this elder who kept suggesting we needed to strengthen bloodlines through selective mate pairings. Arrange marriages based on wolf genetics instead of bonds. And you objected to that idea? I objected to him referring to she-wolves as broodstock. Kael's voice hardened. Broke his nose. Dane had to smooth things over for weeks. Good. Lyra's eyes were fierce. He deserved a broken nose. Something warm unfurled in Kael's chest at her immediate support. Dane was furious with me anyway. Said I was lucky the council didn't push for an honor duel. Would you have fought? Absolutely. He met her gaze. Some things are worth fighting for. The words hung between them, layered with meaning neither acknowledged. I'd like to meet him someday, Lira said softly. Thane. She stopped. If things work out. If she stayed. If Kael could convince himself to claim her. If they built something real instead of this careful temporary arrangement. Maybe, was all he said. They lapsed into comfortable silence, the fire crackling between them. This had become their pattern. Talking until the subjects got too heavy, then retreating into companionable quiet. It let them maintain connection without pushing too fast. But maintaining distance was getting harder. Every day, Kael felt the bond strengthening, felt Lira embedding herself into his life, his space, his carefully controlled existence. She was in his kitchen, learning to bake, in his clearing, practicing defense moves. In his mind, a constant warm presence he was starting to rely on. And at night, alone in his loft while she slept in his bed, he fought the urge to go to her. Claim her, his wolf urged nightly. She's here. She's ours. Stop fighting this. Not yet, he'd whisper into the darkness. Not until I'm sure. Sure of what? He couldn't quite articulate. Sure he wouldn't destroy her? Sure she actually wanted this life? Sure he could survive losing her if he let himself care completely? All of it. None of it.
By the end of the first week, Kael realized with creeping dread that the month he'd proposed wasn't going to be enough time to protect his heart. It was already too late for that.
A bond dream. Kael's stomach sank. It wasn't real, he said firmly. I'm fine. You're fine. It was just a nightmare. Are you sure? She looked up, and her eyes were wide and frightened. Because it felt like more than that. Like a warning or a vision or... It was just a dream, he repeated, even as unease crawled up his spine. The bond can cause vivid dreams, especially when it's new and settling. It doesn't mean anything. He was lying. They both knew it. Bond dreams were messages, warnings, or glimpses of potential futures. The old wolves believed they were the moon's way of preparing mates for trials ahead. But Kael couldn't afford to believe that. Couldn't afford to think about what it meant that Lira was dreaming of him in pain. Go back to sleep, he said gently. I'll be right outside if you need me. Kael, sleep, Lira. He closed the door before she could argue, then leaned against it, his heart still pounding. She dreamed of us hurting, his wolf said quietly. The bond is trying to tell us something. The bond is confused, too new, too unstable. But as Kael climbed back to the loft and lay awake watching the sunrise, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. Something that would test whether what they were building was strong enough to survive. And for the first time since Lira had arrived, Kael found himself hoping, desperately, dangerously hoping, that when that test came, they'd be ready. Chapter 11. Learning to Live. Lira woke to the sound of Kael moving around the kitchen, quiet but not silent, like he was trying not to wake her but knew she'd be up soon anyway. She stretched, feeling the pleasant ache of muscles that were finally adapting to mountain life. 2 weeks ago, she'd barely been able to hike a mile without gasping. Now she could keep pace with Kael for hours, could climb the rocky terrain behind the cabin without her legs screaming in protest. She was getting stronger. Not wolf strong, but stronger than she had ever been in her life. And it felt good. Morning, she called out, emerging from the bedroom in her usual uniform of borrowed flannel and rolled-up sweatpants. Kael glanced up from the stove, and something warm flickered through the bond. Morning. Coffee's ready. I'm your favorite person. She poured herself a mug, inhaling the rich aroma. What's on the agenda today? Tracking lesson. There's a deer trail about 2 miles north. I want you to follow it and tell me what you observe. Solo? I'll be nearby, but you need to learn to navigate without constant supervision. Pride swelled in her chest at the implicit trust. I won't let you down. I know. The simple confidence in his voice made her feel 10 feet tall. They ate quickly, then headed into the forest. The morning was crisp and clear, sunlight filtering through pine needles and golden shafts. Lira had come to love this, the quiet intimacy of moving through the wilderness with Kael nearby, learning to see the forest the way he did. There. Kael pointed to disturbed earth. What do you see? Deer, adult based on the size, moving north-northwest. I touched the edge of one print. Recent, maybe an hour old? Good. What else? She studied the surrounding area, remembering his lessons. The stride is uneven. See how this print is deeper? It's favoring its left side. Injured, maybe? Kael's mouth curved, that rare, genuine smile that made her heart stutter. Excellent. Now follow it. He melted into the trees, and suddenly Lira was alone with just the tracks and her training. She took a breath and started walking. 3 hours later, she found him waiting at a stream where the deer trail intersected with fresh wolf prints. You're late, he said, without heat. I got distracted by some weird fungus and had to check if it was the edible kind. I dropped onto a sun-warmed rock. It wasn't, in case you were wondering. I wasn't, but amusement rippled through the bond. How far did you track it? About 1.5 miles before the trail went cold at the creek. I gestured upstream. I think it crossed here, but I wasn't sure how to pick up the trail on the other side. Show me where you lost it.
They spent the next hour with Kael teaching her how to read water patterns, how to spot signs of passage that weren't obvious tracks. His patience was infinite, his instructions clear, and Lira found herself absorbing information like she'd been starved for it. "You're a good teacher," she said as they headed back toward the cabin. "You're a good student. Better than good. You have instincts most humans don't." "Really?" "Really." His hand brushed hers as they navigated a narrow section of trail, brief, accidental contact that sent sparks through the bond. "You read the forest like you were meant for it." The compliment settled warm in her chest, and Lira realized with startling clarity she was meant for this. Not pack politics or carefully managed social dynamics, but this, the wild spaces, the honest challenge of survival, the simple truth of nature. She'd never felt more at home in her life. "Again," Kael said, resetting his stance. Lira groaned but obliged, squaring up for another round of defense training. They'd been at this for over an hour and her muscles were screaming, "I thought you said I was improving." "You are, which means I'm not going easy on you anymore." He moved without warning, fast, controlled, dangerous. Lira reacted on instinct, using his momentum to slip sideways rather than trying to block. Her counterstrike wasn't powerful, but it was well-placed, aimed at the vulnerable spot behind his knee that he taught her last week. Kael grunted, dropping into a defensive crouch. "Better." "Really?" Hope flared. "Really." He straightened and pride shone in his silver-gray eyes. "That was a solid defensive move. Against a human attacker, you'd have created enough space to run. What about against a wolf attacker?" His expression darkened. "Against a wolf, you run first and don't bother with defense." "Helpful," she said dryly. "Honest." He tossed her a water bottle. "You can't match wolf speed or strength, Lira. Your advantage is intelligence and unpredictability. Use them." She drank deeply, studying him. Over the past 3 weeks, she'd learned to read his moods, the tension in his shoulders when he was fighting his wolf, the softness around his eyes when he was pleased, the careful distance he maintained when the bond pulled too strong. Right now, he was tense. Had been all morning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Kael." She moved closer, watching him track her movement with predatory focus. His gyro clenched. "It's nothing you need to worry about." "Is it the dreams?" They've both been having them, vivid, intense bond dreams that left them shaken. "Because we should probably talk about—" "Not now." He turned away, shoulders rigid. "We should get back. There's weather coming."
He was shutting her out again, pulling back whenever they got too close, too real. And it was starting to hurt. Lira followed him back to the cabin in silence, frustration and insecurity warring in her chest. The intimacies were what killed her. Little things, inconsequential things, that somehow meant everything. The way Kael always poured her coffee first, remembering exactly how she liked it. The way he'd wordlessly hand her a sweater when the temperature dropped. How he'd started leaving wildflowers on the kitchen table, never with explanation or fanfare, just small bursts of color that made her smile. And the touches, gods, the touches. They maintain boundaries. Separate sleeping spaces, minimal physical contact. But accidents happened. His hand steadying her elbow on uneven ground, her fingers brushing his when she handed him tools, the time she'd stumbled during training and he'd caught her, his arms banding around her waist for 3 perfect, devastating seconds before he'd set her away like she burned. Each touch sent electricity through the bond. Each one left her wanting more. And each one seemed to make Kael more determined to maintain distance. "Why are you fighting this?" she'd asked one evening,
frustration finally boiling over. Fighting what? This. She gestured between them. Us, the bond. Every time we have a moment, you pull away. I'm keeping boundaries. His voice had been carefully neutral, like we agreed. No, you're hiding. The accusation hung between them, and I'm tired of pretending I don't notice. He'd left after that, shifted and ran into the forest, not returning until after midnight. And Lira had lain in his bed feeling his turmoil through the bond and wondered if she'd pushed too hard. But the next morning there'd been coffee waiting and wildflowers. And Kael's gruff, "Ready for today's lesson?" like nothing had happened. So she'd swallowed her hurt and followed him into the forest, and tried not to notice how much it felt like living on borrowed time. She found the photographs on a rainy afternoon. Kael had gone to check his furthest snares, and Lira was alone in the cabin. She'd been looking for matches to light the fire when she knocked over one of the face-down frames on the bookshelf. The glass didn't break, but the frame fell open, and Lira found herself staring at the most beautiful woman she'd ever seen. Aria. It had to be. Dark red hair, striking green eyes, and a smile that could light up the world. She stood next to a younger Kael, less haunted, more open, looking at the woman beside him like she hung the moon. They looked perfect together, matched in a way that made her chest ache. She should have put the photo back, should have respected Kael's obvious desire to keep his past literally turned away. Instead, she found herself looking at the other face-down frames. More photos of Aria. Aria in wolf form, a gorgeous, russet-colored wolf with intelligent eyes. Aria and Kael at what looked like a pack celebration. Her in a formal dress, him in a suit. Aria laughing, Aria serious. Aria in 100 different moments that spoke of a life fully lived. And in every photo with Kael, the love between them was palpable. This is what he lost, Lira thought numbly. This is what I'm supposed to replace. She looked down at herself, wearing Kael's oversized clothes, hair in a messy braid, hands still dirty from helping prepare firewood. She couldn't shift, couldn't offer him a wolf to run with. She was just human, ordinary, fundamentally not enough. How was she supposed to compete with this, with a love that was complete and perfect until tragedy tore it apart? The cabin door opened and Kael stepped in, shaking rain from his hair. Storm's getting worse. We'll need to... He stopped seeing her frozen with the photographs. His expression shuddered completely.
Lira? She was beautiful. The words came out steadier than she felt. Really beautiful. Yes. He didn't move from the doorway. She was. And a wolf? A real one? Yes. Lira carefully set the photos down, her hands trembling. I can't be her. I'm not asking you to be. Aren't you? She finally looked up, and the careful neutrality in his eyes hurt worse than anger would have. Every time you pull away, every time you fight the bond, you're comparing us, aren't you? Measuring me against her and finding me lacking? That's not... He stopped, jaw clenching. It's more complicated than that. Is it? Tears burned her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Because from where I'm standing, it seems pretty simple. She was everything a mate should be. Beautiful, powerful, wolf-born, and I'm just not. Lira. I know I can't shift, she continued, words tumbling out now that the dam had broken. I know I'll never be able to run with you or understand what it's like to be a real wolf, but I thought, her voice cracked, I thought maybe I could be enough. Anyway, that maybe what we were building meant something. Kael crossed the room in 3 strides, and suddenly he was right there, close enough that she could feel his heat, smell his scent, see the storm brewing in his silver-gray eyes. "Don't," he said roughly. "Don't compare yourself to her. Don't diminish what you are because you think it doesn't measure up to some impossible standard." "How can I not?" The tears came now, hot and angry. "She was perfect for you, and I'm just mine." The word came out fierce, possessive. "You're mine, Lira. Not a replacement, not a consolation prize. Mine in a way that's completely separate from what I had with Arya." His hands came up, framing her face with a tenderness that stole her breath. Through the bond, his emotions crashed over her, want and need and something deeper, something he wasn't ready to name. "I'm not comparing you," he said, softer now. "I'm terrified of you, terrified of how much I want you, how quickly you've become essential. Arya and I had years to build what we had. You and I have had weeks, and already He stopped, throat working. "Already I can't imagine this cabin without you in it." "Then why do you keep pushing me away?" "Because wanting you feels like betraying her." The admission was raw, painful. "Because if I let myself fall for you completely, what does that say about what we had? How can I claim to have loved her if I'm capable of moving on so quickly?" Understanding flooded through Lira, softening her anger. "That's not how love works, Kael. Loving me doesn't erase what you had with her, and moving forward isn't betrayal, it's survival. I know that intellectually, but knowing and feeling are different things." "Then what do we do?" Her hands came up to cover his, anchoring them both. "Because I can't keep living in limbo. Can't keep wondering if you're going to push me away every time we get close." "I know." He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. The intimacy of it, more than a kiss, more than a claim, made her breath catch. "I'm trying, Lira. I swear, I'm trying."
"Try harder." She meant it to sound demanding, but it came out pleading. "Please, because I'm falling for you and I need to know if you're going to catch me." He shuddered, his breath warm against her lips. "I'm falling too. That's the problem." "That's not a problem," she whispered. "That's the whole point." For a long moment, they stayed frozen like that, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled, breathing the same air. The bond sang between them, stronger than ever, demanding acknowledgement. Then thunder cracked overhead, loud enough to shake the cabin, and they both jerked apart. Kael stepped back, running a hand through his hair. "Storm's going to be bad. We should—" He gestured vaguely. "Prepare." Lira wanted to scream at the interruption, at his retreat back into practicality, but she could still feel his emotions through the bond, want and fear and desperate, fragile hope. He wasn't running, just regrouping. "Okay," she said softly. "Tell me what you need." The storm rolled in with a vengeance. By evening, rain hammered the roof in sheets, and wind howled through the trees with enough force to make the cabin walls groan. Kael moved around the space with controlled efficiency, checking window seals, reinforcing the door, building up the fire. Lira helped where she could, but mostly she watched him work and tried not to replay their earlier conversation. "Already I can't imagine this cabin without you in it." The words kept circling through her mind, warm and terrifying and full of promise. "Food," Kael announced, interrupting her thoughts. "We should eat while we still have light." They prepared dinner together in companionable silence, a routine they had developed over the past weeks. But tonight felt different, charged, like they were both hyper-aware of every accidental touch, every shared glance. The air between them practically crackled. "This is good," Lira said, trying for normalcy. "The stew, I mean. I think I'm actually getting decent at cooking." "You're getting better than decent. At a lot of things." Heat flooded through her at the look in his eyes, hunger barely contained, want simmering just below the surface. Kael. Thunder boomed again, and the lights flickered once, twice, then died completely. Great, Kael muttered. Generator must have flooded. I'll have to check it in the morning. They finished dinner by firelight, the dancing flames casting everything in warm and intimate shadow. Outside, the storm raged. Inside, tension built with every passing moment. I should sleep, Lira said finally, though she didn't move. Long day tomorrow, probably. Probably, but he didn't move either. Lira, about earlier, you don't have to explain. Yes, I do. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, firelight painting his features in gold and shadow. You deserve honesty about what I'm feeling, what I want. Her heart stuttered. What do you want? You. The word was simple, absolute. I want you to stay, not just for the month, not temporarily. I want you here, in this cabin, in my life, permanently. Joy and terror warred in her chest. But I'm terrified I'll ruin it, ruin you. His eyes were haunted. Everything I touch eventually breaks, Lira, and the thought of you being collateral damage. I'm not breakable. She moved to sit beside him, close enough to feel his heat. I'm not Arya, and I'm not some fragile thing that needs protecting from reality. I'm a woman who knows exactly how damaged you are and is choosing you anyway. Why? The question sounded torn from somewhere deep. Why choose this? Choose me? Because when I'm with you, I feel like myself for the first time in my life. Because you look at me like I'm enough exactly as I am. Because you make me want to be brave. His hand found hers in the darkness, threading their fingers together. You're already brave. Bravest person I know.
Then be brave with me. She squeezed his hand. Stop holding back. Stop protecting me from emotions I'm ready to handle. Just be with me. Really be with me. The storm howled outside. The fire crackled between them. And in the warm, intimate darkness of the cabin, Kael pulled her closer, not claiming, not demanding, just holding. Okay, he whispered against her hair. Okay. And as the storm raged through the night, they stayed like that, tangled together on the floor by the fire, not speaking, just existing in the same space with walls finally starting to come down. Outside, lightning split the sky. Inside, something fundamental shifted between two damaged souls learning to be whole. The month wasn't up yet. The bond wasn't complete. There were still fears to face and wounds to heal. But for the first time since Lira had arrived, neither of them was counting the days until she'd leave. They were counting the reasons she'd stay. Chapter 12. The Storm. The storm wasn't letting up. If anything, it was getting worse. Wind screaming through the trees with enough force that Lira swore she felt the cabin shudder. Rain hammered the roof in relentless waves, and somewhere outside, something large crashed to the ground. She flinched, and Kael's arm tightened around her shoulders. Just a tree branch, he murmured. The cabin's solid. We're safe. Safe. The word should have been reassuring, but sitting here in the darkness, with only firelight between them and the violent night, with Kael's warmth pressed against her side and the bond humming with intensity, Lira didn't feel safe. She felt alive. Dangerously alive. How long do these storms usually last? She asked, trying to focus on something other than the way his thumb was absently stroking her shoulder? Hard to say. Could be hours, could be days. His voice rumbled through his chest, and she felt it reverberate through her. Mountain weather is unpredictable. Wonderful. You scared? She considered lying, maintaining some semblance of composure, but they'd agreed to honesty, and honesty meant admitting vulnerability. A little, she said. Not of the storm exactly, more of... She trailed off, not sure how to articulate the feeling. Of this? His hand stilled on her shoulder. Of us? Of what happens when the storm ends? When we can't hide in the darkness anymore and have to face what we're doing? Through the bond, she felt his tension spike. What are we doing? He asked quietly. Lira pulled back slightly so she could see his face in the firelight. I don't know, but it feels significant. Like we're at some kind of crossroads and whatever happens next is going to change everything. His silver gray eyes studied her with unsettling intensity. You feel it too. It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. Yes. Lightning flashed, throwing his features into sharp relief for a heartbeat. In that moment, he looked fierce and conflicted and heartbreakingly handsome. I'm terrified, he said suddenly. Of the storm? Of losing someone again. The words came out rough, dragged from somewhere deep. Every time I let myself care, every time I let you closer, all I can think about is Arya. About holding her while she died. About the bond shattering and taking half my soul with it. Her throat tightened. Kael, I know it's irrational, he continued, not looking at her now. I know you're not her, that this bond is different, but the fear doesn't care about logic. It just sits there, reminding me that everything good eventually gets destroyed. So you push me away. Understanding settled over her, sad and heavy. To protect you. His eyes snapped back to hers, intense and burning. If I claim you, really claim you, and something happens to me, you'll feel the bond break. You'll go through what I went through, and I can't. His voice cracked. I can't be responsible for inflicting that kind of pain. He shouldn't have said it. Shouldn't have laid his fears bare like that. Shouldn't have let her see how thoroughly she'd undone him. But something about the storm, the darkness, the way she fit against his side like she'd been designed for exactly that purpose, it had stripped away his defenses. Through the bond, he felt her reaction, hurt and understanding and fierce determination all tangled together. You don't get to make that decision for me, she said quietly. Lira, no. She shifted to face him fully, and the loss of her warmth against his side was physical pain. You don't get to decide what I can or can't handle, what risks I'm willing to take. I'm trying to protect you. From what? From feeling? From living? Her gray eyes flashed in the firelight. Because I've spent my whole life being protected, Kael. Protected from disappointment because I couldn't shift. Protected from inappropriate mate choices because my mother thought I should settle. Protected until I felt like I was suffocating. The passion in her voice made his wolf perk up, attentive and approving. And then the bond formed. And I thought maybe, finally, someone would see me as something other than fragile, would trust me to make my own choices, take my own risks. But you're just like everyone else, deciding what's best for me without asking what I actually want. The accusation stung because it was true.
He'd been so focused on protecting her from potential heartbreak that he hadn't considered he was making the same mistake her pack had made, treating her like something that needed to be sheltered rather than someone capable of making informed decisions. "What do you want?" he asked hoarsely. "You." The answer was immediate, unflinching. "I want you, the real you, broken parts, trauma, tendency to brood in the wilderness, all of it."
He wanted to lie, wanted to say it was constant, that he was always on the edge of losing control. But they'd agreed to honesty. "Not often," he admitted. "Maybe twice in the last year. Usually triggered by threats or high stress." "So you're managing it?" "Managing isn't the same as controlled." "No," she agreed. "But it's better than you're letting yourself believe. You've spent 7 years alone, teaching yourself to function despite trauma and grief. That's not weakness, Kael. That's strength." The simple reframing made his throat tight. He'd been thinking of his isolation as failure, proof that he couldn't be trusted around others. But she saw it differently, saw him differently. "You're terrified you're not enough," he said suddenly, remembering her earlier words by the photographs. "Not wolf enough, not strong enough." Pain flickered across her face. "Yes, you're wrong." The absolute certainty in his voice made her breath catch. "Kael, you're wrong." He repeated, shifting closer. "You're the bravest person I've ever met." "I'm not." "You walked into the mountains alone to find a mate who might reject you." His hand came up, hovering near her face. "You crossed brutal terrain with minimal supplies because you refused to give up on a bond you barely understood. You've spent 3 weeks learning to survive in an environment completely foreign to you, never once complaining, never once asking for special treatment." "That's not bravery," she protested weakly. "That's just stubbornness." "It's both." His fingers finally made contact, brushing her cheek with devastating gentleness. "You challenge me when I push you away. You call me on my bullshit. You looked at my grief and trauma and didn't run screaming into the night." Maybe I should have. But she was leaning into his touch, craving more. Maybe. His thumb traced her cheekbone and heat flooded through the bond. "What are you doing to me?" "The same thing you're doing to me." She covered his hand with hers, pressing it more firmly against her cheek. "Tearing down walls, making me want impossible things." "What impossible things?" "This." She shifted closer, closing the distance between them to inches. "You. Us. A life that doesn't involve hiding or running or protecting ourselves from feeling." His free hand came up, cradling her other cheek, and suddenly she was framed by his palms, held with tenderness that made her chest ache. His eyes searched hers, stormy and intense. "If I let myself want this, if I stop fighting and just take what the bond is offering, there's no going back. No careful boundaries or trial periods. I'll want everything." Her heart thundered against her ribs. "Then take it." "Kael, take it," she repeated, holding his gaze. "Stop protecting me. Stop protecting yourself. Just be with me. Really, completely be with me." For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then Kael's eyes dropped to her mouth, and the air between them went electric. He was going to kiss her. Every instinct screamed at him to close the final distance, to claim her mouth and let the bond surge fully into life. She was so close, her breath mingling with his, her pulse visible in the hollow of her throat. He could smell her want, feel it echoing through the bond, and as Wolf was howling approval, yes, claim, now. One kiss, that's all it would take. One kiss and the final barriers between them would shatter. But what came after
What happened when she realized that being bonded to him meant isolation, meant giving up pact connections and normal life? What happened when his instability hurt her, when his nightmares woke her, when his grief resurfaced and made him impossible to live with? What happened when he inevitably failed her, the way he'd failed Arya? I can't. The words tore out of him, agonized. Lyra, I can't. He started to pull back, but her hands shot up, gripping his wrists, keeping his palms anchored to her face. Yes, you can. Her voice shook, but her eyes were fierce. You're just scared. Terrified, he corrected, of what I'll do to you, of how thoroughly you've already embedded yourself in my life, of what it'll mean if... He stopped. Couldn't finish. If you love me? She supplied softly. The word hung between them, too big and too true. I barely know you, he said desperately. It's been 3 weeks. You can't love someone in 3 weeks. Can't you? Her smile was sad and knowing. Because it feels like I've known you forever, like you're the answer to questions I didn't know I was asking. His throat worked, emotions too tangled to separate. Love and fear and want and grief all crashing together until he couldn't tell where one ended and another began. I don't know how to do this, how to want someone again without being consumed by the possibility of losing them. Then we learn together. Her thumb stroked his wrists where she held him. We figure it out day by day. No grand declarations, no pressure, just trying. The simplicity of it undid him. 1 step at a time? He asked hoarsely. 1 step at a time, she confirmed. Outside, thunder rolled, distant now, the storm beginning to exhaust itself. Inside, firelight painted them in gold and shadow. 2 people balanced on the knife's edge between retreat and surrender. Kael leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. Not a kiss, not yet, but intimate in its own way, sharing breath and space and the fragile hope that maybe they could make this work. I can't promise I won't hurt you, he whispered. I can't promise I won't hurt you either, but I think we're worth the risk. Yeah, we are. They stayed like that for a long time, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled, breathing the same air. The almost kiss hung between them, acknowledged but not acted on, and somehow that felt more significant than if they'd actually crossed the line. This was choice, conscious, deliberate choice to try instead of running. Eventually, the storm's violence faded to steady rain, and the fire burned lower. Exhaustion pulled at Lira, emotional and physical both, and she found herself swaying. Sleep, Kael murmured. I'll keep the fire going. Stay. The word escaped before she could think better of it. Please, I don't want to be alone. She felt his hesitation through the bond, instinct warring with caution. Then he shifted, settling with his back against the couch and pulling her against his side. Just sleep, he said firmly. Nothing else. I know, but she burrowed closer anyway, unable to resist the warmth and security of his presence. His arm came around her, anchoring her, and she felt his chin rest on top of her head. It was the most intimate they'd been, more than training touches or accidental contact. This was deliberate closeness, chosen comfort, a line crossed even if they hadn't kissed. Through the bond, Kael's emotions were complex. Satisfaction and fear tangled with something tender. His free hand found hers, threading their fingers together, and Lira felt tears burn behind her closed eyes. Thank you, she whispered. For what? For trying. For not running. She squeezed his hand. For letting me in, even though it scares you. His arms tightened around her. Thank you for not giving up. On me, on this.
Never. It was a promise and a vow. I meant what I said earlier. I'm not going anywhere. She felt rather than heard his response, a sound caught between relief and something deeper. His cheek pressed against her hair, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. Outside, rain pattered against the roof in a steady rhythm. The fire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows across the walls. And in the warm, safe darkness of the cabin, two damaged souls found comfort in each other. Lyra's eyes drifted closed, Kael's heartbeat steady beneath her ear. His scent surrounded her, pine and smoke and male wolf. Familiar now, home. Sleep pulled at her, gentle and insistent. Lira. His voice was barely audible. I'm glad you're here. The admission sounded torn from somewhere deep. Even though I'm terrified, even though I don't know how this ends, I'm glad it's you. Her heart clenched, and fresh tears threatened. Me too. His hand stroked through her hair once, twice, soothing and tender. Sleep. I've got you. And surrounded by his warmth, lulled by his steady breathing, and the bond humming contentedly between them, Lira finally let go.
She fell asleep within minutes, her breathing evening out, her weight growing heavier against his side. Kael stayed perfectly still, not wanting to disturb her, content just to hold her. This was dangerous. He knew it with absolute certainty. Every moment she stayed embedded her deeper into his life, made the eventual goodbye, if there was a goodbye, more devastating. He should maintain distance, should keep the boundaries they'd established. But with her curled against him, trusting and vulnerable, he couldn't bring himself to care about should. This felt right, natural, like something he'd been missing for 7 years without realizing it. His wolf was practically purring with satisfaction. Ours, safe, protected. Yeah, Kael murmured. Ours. He looked down at her sleeping face, features relaxed, dark lashes fanned against her cheeks, one hand still tangled with his. She looked younger like this, less guarded, and something fierce and protective surged through him. I'll keep her safe, he promised himself. Whatever happens, whatever it costs, I'll protect her. Even if the thing she needed protection from was his own fear. Outside, the storm finally broke, rain tapering to drizzle, wind dying to breeze. Dawn would come soon, bringing light and reality, and the need to face what had shifted between them tonight. But for now, in the quiet hours before sunrise, Kael let himself have this. Let himself hold his mate and feel her breathing and imagine just for a moment that maybe they could make this work. That maybe being brave enough to try was the whole point. His hand tightened around hers, and Lyra sighed in her sleep, a small, contented sound that made his chest ache. Worth the risk, he whispered into her hair. You're worth the risk. The fire burned low, painting the cabin an ember glow. Outside, the forest dripped with rain, and somewhere in the trees a wolf howled, lonely and searching. But inside, two souls weren't lonely anymore. They'd crossed a threshold, acknowledged what they were to each other even if they hadn't named it yet. And when dawn came, when they woke tangled together by the dying fire, there would be no going back to careful distance. The walls had come down. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. The storm had passed, but the real test was just beginning. Chapter 13. The Shift. Lira woke to golden light and the smell of coffee. For a disorienting moment, she couldn't place why her bed felt so warm,
why there was a heartbeat beneath her ear that wasn't her own. Then awareness flooded back. The storm, the conversation, falling asleep against Kael's chest by the fire. She was still there, curled against his side, his arm around her shoulders, their hands still tangled together. And he was awake. She could tell by the change in his breathing, the tension in his muscles. "Morning," she mumbled against his shirt, not quite ready to move. His chest rumbled with something between a laugh and a groan. "Morning. Coffee's ready." "You made coffee without moving?" "Woke up early. You were comfortable. Didn't want to disturb you." His voice carried an edge of self-consciousness that was oddly endearing. But eventually, nature called, so... Lira finally lifted her head, meeting his eyes. Silver gray in the morning light, watching her with an intensity that made her breath catch. They were close enough that she could see amber flecks in his irises, count the dark lashes framing them. "Hi," she said softly. "Hi." His free hand came up, brushing a strand of hair from her face. The gesture was achingly gentle. "Sleep okay?" "Best I've slept since I got here." The honesty felt important. "You?" "Same." His thumb traced her cheekbone, and heat flooded through the bond. "You drool, by the way." Mortification crashed through her. "I do not." "Just a little." His corner of his mouth twitched. "It's cute." "Oh my God. You're never letting me live this down, are you?" "Never." But his arms tightened around her, holding her close. "Worth it, though, waking up with you here." The casual intimacy of it, the teasing mixed with tenderness, made her chest ache in the best way. This is what she had wanted. Not grand declarations or dramatic claims. Just this. Easy morning moments where they could be themselves without walls or fear. "We should probably get up," she said, even though she didn't move. Probably. He didn't move either. They stayed like that for another few minutes, neither quite ready to break the spell. Outside, birds sang, the forest coming alive after the storm. Inside, the fire had burned down to ash, but the cabin was still warm, still felt like sanctuary. Finally, reluctantly, Lira pulled back. "Okay, now I really need coffee." "Demanding mate." But there was fondness in his voice. "Mate." The word sent electricity through her. He'd said it so casually, like it was simply fact, and something in her chest unfurled with joy. They moved around the kitchen with the ease of weeks spent learning each other's patterns. Kael poured coffee, while Lira started breakfast. Their hands brushed, reaching for the same mug, and the touch sent sparks through the bond. "Sorry," she murmured. "Don't be." His eyes met hers, intense and warm. "I'm done apologizing for wanting to touch you." The statement hung between them, acknowledgement of what had shifted last night. They weren't maintaining careful distance anymore, weren't pretending the bond demanded closeness. "Good," she managed, "because I'm done pretending I don't want you to." Heat flared in his expression, and for a moment she thought he might close the distance, might claim her the way the bond demanded, but he just handed her the coffee and stepped back. "Breakfast first," he said roughly. "Then we should check the storm damage." Disappointment and relief tangled in her chest. Part of her wanted him to throw caution aside and claim her the way the bond demanded, but the rest appreciated his restraint, his determination to do this right instead of fast. They ate eggs and salvaged bread,
in comfortable silence, stealing glances that spoke volumes. Outside, the clearing was littered with branches and debris, but the cabin had weathered the storm well. Could have been worse, Tail observed, surveying the damage from the porch. I'll need to clear the main pass. Might take most of the day. I'll help. Lira, I am helping, she said firmly. I'm not some delicate thing that needs to stay safely inside while you do all the work. His mouth twitched. Stubborn. You like it? Yeah, I do. They worked together through the morning, hauling branches, clearing paths, repairing minor damage. It was hard, physical work, and Lyra's muscles screamed in protest, but there was something satisfying about it, something that felt like building rather than just surviving. Around midday, they took a break by the creek. Kael had been quieter than usual, tension radiating through the bond, and Lira finally couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong? You've been projecting anxiety all morning. He didn't answer immediately, just stared at the running water with distant eyes. Finally, I haven't shifted since Arya died. The confession landed like a stone. What?
Last night you felt me trying, through the bond. He picked up a rock, turning it over in his hands. I shift sometimes, random, uncontrolled changes when my wolf forces it. But I haven't chosen to shift, haven't let my wolf fully forward in 7 years. Lyra's chest tightened. Why? Because it hurts. Raw honesty bled through the words. The wolf remembers what we lost, remembers running with her, hunting together, the feeling of complete connection that came with having a mate who could match us in wolf form. His jaw clenched. After she died, every time I shifted, all I felt was her absence. So I stopped trying. Kael, I'm telling you this because... He stopped, seemed to gather himself. Because you deserve to know what you're getting. A mate who can't even access half of what he is, who's so broken he can't do the most fundamental thing our kind does. Understanding crashed over her. You think you're broken, like me. We're both broken, he said quietly. Maybe that's why the moon paired us. Lyra was quiet for a long moment, turning his words over. Then an idea struck her, wild and terrifying and possibly perfect. Try now, she said. He looked at her sharply. What? Try to shift now, with me here. She moved closer, determination rising. You said the wolf remembers running with a mate. Well, I'm your mate now. Maybe having me present will help. Lyra, I don't think... Please. She caught his hand, threading their fingers together. Let me try to help you. And maybe... Her voice wavered. Maybe if you can shift, if the bond is strong enough to help you connect with your wolf again, it might help me too. Hope and skepticism warred across his face. You think our bond could wake your wolf? I don't know, but I've never tried to shift with my mate present before. She squeezed his hand. We're both carrying wounds. Maybe we can heal them together. For a long moment, Kael just stared at her, silver-gray eyes searching, calculating. Through the bond, she felt him weighing possibilities, fighting hope because hope was dangerous. Then he stood, pulling her up with him. The clearing behind the cabin. More space. Joy and terror flooded through her in equal measure. Okay. The clearing was quiet, just birdsong and running water. Kael stood in the center, tension radiating from every line of his body. Lyra waited at the edge, giving him space but staying close enough that the bond thrummed between them. I don't know if I can do this. It's been so long. Then we'll fail together.
She moved closer, drawn by instinct. But at least we'll have tried. His eyes met hers, and she saw the fear there, not at the shift itself, but of what it represented. Choosing to be whole again meant acknowledging he wanted to move forward, meant accepting that the bond with her was real and worth the risk. Together? He asked hoarsely. Together, she confirmed. Kael closed his eyes, and Lira felt the exact moment he reached for his wolf. The bond exploded with sensation. She felt his struggle, the way his wolf surged forward eagerly while his human half tried to maintain control, felt years of locked-down grief pressing against the shift, making it hurt, making it wrong. His body began to change, bones starting to realign, but then he'd pull back, aborting the transformation halfway. "Let go," Lira urged. "Stop fighting it. Your wolf wants this." "It hurts," he gritted out. "I know, but I'm here. I've got you." She moved closer, placing her palm over his heart. The contact seemed to steady him, and through the bond she pushed, offering her own strength, her own desperate hope that maybe they could be both whole. Kael's eyes snapped open, and they were already silver gray. "Lira," she said, "do it. Be what you are. I want to see all of you." Something in him finally broke free. The shift took him in a rush, violent and beautiful and terrifying all at once. Bones reformed, muscle realigned, and where Kael had stood, a massive black wolf emerged, silver-gray eyes and a dark face, easily twice the size of a normal wolf, radiating power and barely least aggression. He was magnificent.
But what made Lira gasp wasn't just seeing him in wolf form. It was the pull. Deep inside her, where her wolf had always been dormant, something woke. Oh gods, she breathed, a sensation flooded through her. "Kael, something's..." Her wolf surged forward with no warning. 7 years of dormancy suddenly, violently ending. Pain and euphoria crashed together as her body began to change. She fell to her knees, gasping, terrified and exhilarated all at once. "Let me out," her wolf demanded. Finally. Lira had spent 10 years trying to shift. 10 years of false starts and failures, and slowly accepting that she never would. Now her wolf was practically battering at her consciousness, demanding freedom, and she didn't know how to help. She gasped. "I don't know how." The black wolf moved closer, pressing his massive head against her shoulder. Through the bond, she felt him, felt his wolf speaking to hers in some primal language she didn't understand but recognized anyway. Trust. Let go. We'll guide you. And surrounded by her mate's presence, anchored by the bond singing between them, Lira finally surrendered. The shift took her like a wave. It should have been agonizing. First shifts always were. Bones that had never changed suddenly learning new patterns. But with Kael's wolf there, with the bond flowing strength and guidance, it felt more like awakening. She felt her spine curve, limbs shorten, senses explode outward. Her vision sharpened and changed, colors muting while movement became hyper-aware. Sense crashed over her in overwhelming waves, earth and water and wolf everywhere. And sounds, gods, the sounds. Every bird, every insect, every rustling leaf suddenly crisp and clear. When it was done, she stood on 4 legs for the first time in her life. Lira looked down at herself, or tried to, saw white, silver paws where her hands should be, felt a tail swishing behind her, heard her own breathing loud and strange. She was small, especially compared to Kael's massive black form, but definitely wolf. "I'm a wolf," she thought dazedly. "I'm actually a wolf." The black wolf, Kael, circled her slowly, examining. Through the bond, she felt his awe and pride and fierce protectiveness. His nose touched her shoulder, her flank, scenting and confirming. Beautiful, his wolf sent through the bond. Perfect. Ours. Lira tried to respond and nearly fell over. Walking on 4 legs was harder than it looked. She managed 2 wobbling steps before her front paws tangled and she went down in an ungraceful heap. If a wolf could laugh, Kael's would be laughing. Affection and amusement flooded the bond. "Don't laugh at me," she tried to send back. "This is my first time." He moved closer, using his larger body to help her stand. His presence was steadying, and Lira leaned against him, grateful for the support. "Slowly," his wolf instructed. "Feel your body, let instinct guide." She tried again, this time moving more carefully, letting her new form teach her its rhythms. Front right, back left, front left, back right. It felt alien and natural all at once, her wolf's instinct slowly waking to guide her consciousness. After several minutes of practice, she managed a full circle without falling. Pride surged through the bond. Good, strong, brave mate. "I shifted," she sent back. Wonder and joy made her thoughts bright. "Kael, I actually shifted. I'm a wolf." His massive head pressed against hers, wolf equivalent of a hug. Always were, just needed to wake up. Tears tried to come, impossible in wolf form, but the emotion flooded through anyway. 10 years. 10 years of feeling broken, of accepting she'd never be complete. And all along, her wolf had just been waiting. Waiting for him. "You woke her," Lira sent. "The bond, you. This only happened because you're here." "We woke each other." Kael's wolf pulled back, meeting her eyes. "I couldn't shift because I was broken. You couldn't shift because your wolf knew. She was waiting for her mate." The revelation settled over her like truth. The moon had known, had paired them specifically because they needed each other to be whole. "What now?" she asked. Kael's wolf's eyes gleamed. "Now we run." Running was transcendent. Kael set an easy pace at first, letting Lira learn her body's capabilities. She was clumsy initially, tripping over roots and misjudging distances. But her wolf's instincts kicked in quickly, and within minutes, she was moving with increasing confidence. Then Kael picked up speed, and Lira discovered what her wolf was built for. She was fast. Not as powerful as Kael, his larger form covered more ground, but agile and quick, able to dart through spaces he'd have to go around. When he surged ahead, she found shortcuts, using her smaller size to her advantage. Joy flooded through her. This was what she'd missed, this wild, primal freedom. The feeling of wind in her fur, earth under her paws, senses alive with information her human form could never process. She yipped, a sound between laughter and howl, and put on a burst of speed. Kael chased, playful and predatory all at once. They wove through trees, leaped over fallen logs, splashed through the creek. When she tired, he'd slow. When she caught her breath, he'd challenge her to keep up. It was play, pure, joyful play. And through the bond, Lira felt something in Kael healing. His wolf was whole again, complete. Not because grief had vanished, but because he'd chosen to live despite it. They ran until Lira's muscles burned and her lungs ached. Finally, she collapsed in a sunny spot by the creek, panting and exhausted and happier than she could remember being. Kael settled beside her, his larger form curved protectively around hers. His head rested on her flank, and contentment radiated through the bond. "Thank you," she sent. "For what?" "For trying, for shifting even though it scared you, for helping me find my wolf." She turned her head, nuzzling against his dark fur. "For being brave enough to heal." His response was wordless, just emotion flooding the bond.
gratitude and affection, and something deeper, something he wasn't ready to name yet. But Lira felt it anyway, and lying in the sunshine, wolf-formed and complete for the first time in her life, surrounded by her mate's warmth and protection, she sent it back. Love. Still new, still fragile, but undeniably there. The bond sang between them. Stronger than ever. Complete in a way it hadn't been before, now that both their wolves had awakened. Whatever came next, whatever challenges they'd face as equals, as partners, as true mates, whole and healed, and finally willing to try. Above them, clouds drifted across blue sky. Around them, the forest hummed with life. And two wolves, black and silver, darkness and light, rested together. Broken separately, whole together. Exactly as the moon had intended.
Chapter 14. Letting Go. They shifted back as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Kael's body remembered the transformation this time, less violent than the first shift in 7 years, almost welcoming. When he stood on 2 legs again, naked and breathing hard, he felt different, lighter, like something that had been pressing on his chest for years had finally lifted. Beside him, Lira was struggling back into her borrowed clothes, still disoriented from hours in wolf form. Her hair was wild, her face flushed, and she was grinning like she'd discovered fire. She broke off, laughing. I don't even have words. That was everything. Pride and affection swelled in his chest. You're a natural. Your wolf is fast. Not as fast as you. Different kind of fast. You're built for agility, not power. He pulled on his jeans, watching her. In a real chase, you'd lose most wolves by going places they can't follow. She looked down at her hands, human again, but somehow different, like she could still feel the ghosts of paws, of claws. I can't believe I shifted, after all these years of thinking I never would. Your wolf was always there. He moved closer, unable to resist touching her. His hand found her waist, steadying her as she wobbled on human legs. She was just waiting. For you. Lira looked up at him, gray eyes luminous in the fading light. She was waiting for you. The truth of it settled over him, profound and terrifying. The moon had known, had paired them specifically because they needed each other to be whole. And standing here, touching her, feeling the bond sing with completion between their wolves, Kael finally understood. This wasn't replacement. This wasn't betrayal. This was healing. Lira, he started, then stopped, not sure what he meant to say. I love you seemed too small for what he felt. Thank you too inadequate. You've changed everything, too obvious. She smiled, reaching up to touch his face. I know. I feel it too. Of course she did. The bond was wide open now, their wolves fully awake and aware of each other. She could feel exactly what he felt, the awe and gratitude and fierce consuming need. And underneath it all, the thing he was still too afraid to name. Come on. She tugged his hand. Let's go home. I'm starving. Home. The word resonated through him. Yes, the cabin was home now, not just because it was his sanctuary, but because she was there. They walked back hand in hand, and Kael tried not to notice how perfectly her smaller hand fit in his. Dinner was simple, but felt celebratory. Lyra couldn't stop talking about the run, every sensation, every discovery, the sheer joy of finally being complete. Kael listened, just content to watch her animated expressions, the way her whole face lit up with happiness. He did this. His wolf woken her up, and seeing her like this, vibrant and alive and whole, something in him finally, irrevocably cracked open. I love her. The realization hit like a physical blow, not the gradual awareness of growing affection, not the bond-driven need for proximity. This was something else entirely, a conscious choice to love this specific woman,
with all her stubborn bravery and fierce determination and refusal to give up on him. He'd loved Arya with the passion of youth, the certainty that came from growing up together. They had been inevitable, their bond forming before either fully understood what it meant. But this was different. Adult love, chosen deliberately despite fear and grief, love that acknowledged cost and risk and chose to try anyway. And it terrified him, because loving her meant being vulnerable again, meant accepting that fate could be cruel, that loss was always possible, that opening himself this completely gave her the power to destroy him. But as Lyra laughed at something, bright and unguarded, Kael realized he didn't care.
The risk was worth it. She was worth it. "You okay?" Lyra asked, noticing his silence. "You're projecting intensity." "Just thinking. About you. Us. How thoroughly you've undone me in 3 weeks." But he wasn't ready to say it yet. Wasn't ready to be that vulnerable when there was something else he needed to do first. "I need to take care of something," he said instead. "Alone. Just for a little while." Concern flickered across her face, but she nodded. "Okay. Should I worry?" "No." He caught her hand, squeezing. "I promise. There's something I need to do. For me. To move forward." Understanding dawned in her gray eyes. "Arya." "Yeah." His throat tightened. "I need to say goodbye. Really say goodbye. And I need to do it alone." "I understand." She rose on her toes, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Brief, tender, devastating. "Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready." The simple acceptance, the lack of jealousy or insecurity, only made him love her more. Kael left her in the cabin and made his way to the garden. The memorial was simple, just a stone with Arya's name carved into it, placed under the oak tree where they'd planned to build a house together. In the early years, Kael had come here daily, talking to the stone like she could hear, raging at fate, drowning in grief. Then the visits had become weekly, monthly, until finally he'd avoided it entirely. The reminder too painful, the guilt too crushing. Now he stood before it for the first time in over a year, and felt different. The grief was still there, would always be there, but it had transformed into something manageable, something he could carry without being crushed by its weight. "Hi," he said quietly. "It's been a while." The stone didn't answer. The forest was quiet around him, just evening birdsong and rustling leaves. But Kael felt her presence anyway. Not ghost or spirit, just memory, the echo of what they'd been. "I met someone. Her name is Lira. She's not you, not a replacement or a substitute. She's completely herself, stubborn and brave, and somehow sees past all my damage to something worth loving." Emotion tightened his throat. "I fought it. The bond, the feelings, all of it. Because accepting her felt like betraying you, like admitting what we had wasn't enough." He crouched, running his fingers over the carved stone. "But today something happened. We shifted together. First time I've let my wolf fully forward since you died, and her wolf woke up for the first time ever. We ran through the forest, and for those few hours, I felt whole, complete in a way I haven't been in 7 years." Tears burned behind his eyes, and I realized something. What we had was real and beautiful and worth every moment. But it's over. You're gone, and no amount of guilt or self-punishment will bring you back. And staying frozen in grief isn't honoring your memory. It's wasting the life you died trying to protect. The words came easier now.
Years of unsaid things finally spilling out. You would have liked her, I think. She's got that same fire you had, that refusal to back down even when she should. And she's been so patient with me, letting me work through my mess, not demanding more than I could give. He touched the stone one last time. I'm going to claim her. Fully. Completely. The way mates are meant to. I'm going to love her with everything I have. And I need you to know, it doesn't erase what we had. You'll always be part of me. My first love, my first mate. But you can't be my only love. Not anymore. The evening breeze picked up, rustling through the oak leaves above him. For just a moment, Kael swore he felt warmth, like a hand on his shoulder, like approval. Live, the wind seemed to whisper. Be happy. That's all I ever wanted. I know. His voice broke. Thank you. For loving me. For giving me 6 years that I will treasure forever. And for letting me go. He stood, taking a shaky breath. The grief was still there, would always be there, but it didn't consume him anymore. Didn't define him. He was Kael, Alpha, survivor, Lira's mate. And he was ready to live again.
He found her sitting on the porch steps, watching the last light fade from the sky. She looked up as he approached, and her expression was so full of understanding and quiet strength that his chest ached. You okay? Yeah. He settled beside her, and she immediately leaned into him. I am. Good talk? Necessary talk. His arm came around her shoulders, anchoring them both. I told her about you, about us, and that I'm ready to move forward. Through the bond, he felt Lira's emotions, relief and joy tangled with lingering uncertainty. Are you? Really? Yes. He turned to face her fully, needing her to see the truth in his eyes. I don't want you to leave. Not after a month. Not ever. Her breath caught. Kael! I know we agreed to trial terms, 1 month to see how we fit, but I already know, Lira. You belong here, with me, permanently. You're sure? Hope and fear warred across her face. Because if you're saying this out of obligation or because the bond, I'm saying this because I love you. The words came out fierce, absolute. Because somewhere between you walking into my territory half dead and watching you shift for the first time today, I fell completely in love with you. And I don't want to waste another moment pretending I'm capable of letting you go. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Happy ones, he thought, based on the joy flooding the bond. Say it again. I love you. He cupped her face, thumbs wiping away tears. I love your stubbornness and your bravery. I love how you challenge me and refuse to let me hide. I love that you see all my broken pieces and want me anyway. I want you, she confirmed, voice shaking, broken pieces and all. I've wanted you since the first time you left supplies outside my cave, since you taught me to track, since you held me through the storm and let me see past your walls. Then stay. It came out pleading. Stay and build a life here. Be my mate. Not because the moon says so, but because you choose it. I choose it. Fresh tears fell. I choose you. I choose this. Her voice broke. I love you too. So much, it terrifies me. Relief crashed through him, so intense it was almost painful. Yeah? Yeah. She laughed through tears. You're stubborn and broody, and you hide in the wilderness like some kind of antisocial hermit, and I love every frustrating part of you. He started to respond, but she pressed a finger to his lips. But, she continued, eyes sparkling with mischief and emotion, if we're doing this, really doing this, you need to stop calling me the Omega, like I'm some abstract concept. Use my name, Kael, because I'm not just your mate or your Omega. I'm Lira, and I want to hear you say it.
The request undid something in his chest. She was right. He'd been keeping distance even in language, using her designation instead of her name, maintaining some last psychological barrier. No more barriers, no more walls. Lira. Her name felt like prayer on his lips. My Lira. Better. She smiled, radiant and perfect. Now, kiss me, please. I've been patient, but if you make me wait any longer, I'm going to... He kissed her. Finally. Fully, without reservation or fear. Her mouth was soft and warm, and she tasted like hope and home. The kiss started gentle, tentative exploration, learning each other's rhythms. But within heartbeats, it deepened. Years of loneliness and weeks of wanting pouring into the connection. Lira made a sound against his mouth, half gasp, half moan, or her hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer. The bond exploded between them, wider and deeper than it had ever been, flooded with sensation and emotion too intense to separate. Kael gathered her into his lap, needing her closer, needing to feel every point of contact. His hands mapped her back, her waist, the curve of her hip. She arched into him, and the scent of her arousal mixed with his sent his wolf howling approval. Mate, claim, ours. He broke the kiss, breathing hard, barely clinging to control. Lira, if we don't stop...
Don't stop. Her eyes were dark, pupils blown with want. Don't you dare stop. I want this. Want you. All of you. The bond, he managed. Completing it, it's intense, overwhelming. Once we start, then we'll be overwhelmed together. She framed his face with her hands, fierce and determined. I'm not afraid. Not of the bond, not of the intensity, not of what comes after. I love you, and I want to be yours completely. The declaration shattered his last resistance. Inside, he growled, standing with her still wrapped around him. Not out here. You deserve better than rough and desperate on the porch. I'll take you any way I can get you. But she was already kissing his neck, his jaw, anywhere she could reach. He carried her through the cabin, navigating by instinct, too focused on her to care about direction. His bedroom, their bedroom now, he corrected, was dark, lit only by moonlight through the window. He set her down beside the bed, and for a moment they just stood there, breathing hard, staring at each other, on the precipice of something irreversible. Last chance, he said roughly. Once we do this, the bond completes. You'll be mine, and I'll be yours in every way that matters. There's no going back. I don't want to go back. She reached for the hem of her shirt, pulling it over her head in one fluid motion. I want to go forward with you. And as she stood before him, vulnerable and brave, and choosing him with absolute certainty, Kael felt the last piece of his broken heart finally heal. I love you, he said again, needing her to hear it. I'll love you until my last breath. I'll protect you and cherish you and wake up every day grateful the moon gave me a second chance. Then show me. She stepped closer, hands reaching for his shirt. No more words, just us. So he did. Claiming his mate was like coming home. Every touch, every kiss, every whispered word of love built the bond higher. Kael took his time, learning her body, discovering what made her gasp, what made her arch, what made her call his name like prayer. She was responsive and unashamed, matching his intensity with her own. Her hands explored with curiosity and growing confidence, mapping scars and muscle, finding sensitive places that made him groan. Beautiful,
he murmured against her skin. "You're so damn beautiful, Lira." "So are you." Her fingers threaded through his hair. "My fierce wolf. My stubborn alpha. Mine." The possessive claim sent fire through him. "Yours. Always yours." When they finally came together, fully, completely, the bond detonated. Sensation crashed through them in waves, not just physical pleasure, but emotional connection so profound it bordered on overwhelming. Kael felt everything Lira felt, her joy, her love, her awe at finally being complete. And through the bond, he knew she felt the same from him. They moved together like they've been doing this for years instead of minutes, like their bodies recognized each other and had been waiting for exactly this. And as pleasure built, higher and brighter and more intense than anything Kael remembered, the bond sang between them. Love, mate, forever, home.
When release came, it took them both at once, crying out each other's names, clutching desperately. The bond flaring so bright it felt like lightning in his veins. Through it all, Kael held her close, anchoring them both, feeling her pleasure mirror his own in perfect synchronicity. In that moment, joined completely, the mate bond snapping into place with audible finality, they became something new. Not just two individuals connected by moon-blessed magic, but a true bonded pair, two halves of one whole. Afterwards, they lay tangled together, breathing hard, trembling with aftershocks, the bond still pulsing with residual sensation. That was... Lira stopped, laughing breathlessly. "Is it always like that?" "No." Kael pressed a kiss to her temple. "That was the bond completing. It's never that intense again. Thank God, I don't think I'd survive if it was." He chuckled, tightening his arms around her. Through the completed bond, he could feel her contentment, her joy, the absolute rightness she felt about what they'd just done. And underneath it all, her love, clear and bright and unmistakable. His chest felt too full, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. 7 years. 7 years of existing in gray isolation, convinced he'd never feel this again. And now, holding Lira in his arms, feeling the bond hum with completion between them, he couldn't imagine going back to that emptiness. "I love you," he said for the 100th time because he couldn't seem to stop saying it. "I love you too." She shifted to look at him, gray eyes luminous in the moonlight. "Thank you for letting me in, for choosing to try. Thank you for being patient with a damaged wolf who didn't know what was good for him." He traced her cheekbone with gentle fingers. "For not giving up." "Never." She caught his hand, pressing a kiss to his palm. "You're stuck with me now. Forever." That's what the completed bond means, right? Forever. You and me, no matter what. She settled back against his chest, fitting perfectly against his side. "I can live with that." Through the bond, he felt her happiness, pure and undiluted. And for the first time in 7 years, Kael felt the same. Not just survival, not just existing, but actual, genuine happiness. Outside, the moon rose full and bright. The same moon that had blessed their bond, that had brought Lira into his territory half dead and stubborn. The same moon that knew, somehow, that they needed each other to be whole. Inside, 2 wolves slept peacefully, scarred but healing,
broken but mended, alone but together. The past would always be part of them. Arya's memory would always live in Kael's heart. Lyra's years of feeling incomplete would never be forgotten. But they were building something new now, something that honored the past while embracing the future. A life, a love, a home. Together. And as Kael drifted towards sleep with his mate safe in his arms, the bond humming contentedly between them, he sent one final thought toward the memorial in the garden. Thank you for teaching me how to love and for letting me go. The wind whispered through the trees, gentle, approving. Be happy, it seemed to say. That's all any of us can ask for. And wrapped around Lira, feeling her heartbeat steady against his, Kael finally was. Happy, whole, home.